I move to add Resolution 6414, support of free menstrual product dispenser installation in the Petit and Paterno Library.
Can I get a second? Thank you.
Then Mr. Lizinski.
All right. Representative Lizinski.
I move to add Resolution 6514, call on Penn State administration to prorate spring 2020 tuition.
There's a second. Thank you. Who's next, Tom?
Hold on 2 seconds. Lexi's next. 66.
Ethical.
Motion to add resolution number 6614, support for the expansion of the You Are Welcome Here banners on campus.
You got a second. Thank you.
And then Diego is 4.
Sick. Chair Santos.
Okay, so motion to add resolution 6714, opposition of the first day complete program at University Park.
You're good.
Okay, cool. Also, motion to add resolution 6814, support of class attendance leniency on election day.
You're good.
Okay, and then motion to add resolution 6914, support of a University Park scholarship webpage.
You're good.
And then finally, resolution 7014, support for increasing affordability of the official transcript fee.
You're good.
Cool, thank you.
And then that's it, right?
And then there's, yeah, and then
Okay.
Ale has adoption
Yep.
to agenda, and I have one more after her.
Yep. Sorry, I'm trying to meet you. Representative Trejo.
I would like to object to the adoption of the agenda and add Bill 3114, support of class of 2020 community graduations to title to the line A.
You got a second. Thank you.
Yeah. And then I have 2 more just to strike some things.
Okay.
I motion to strike special presentation from the agenda. I'm going to motion to strike Openstudent Forum. I don't know if we want to. There's people in the chat that are not students. I don't know how, I guess that'd be allowed. It's up to everyone here.
Is there a second on that at least first? And then if anyone has any discussion, they can raise their hand. Okay. Representative Lizinski will move into discussion on the motion to strike Openstudent Forum.
I think since it's a public meeting and the link was publicized, we should at least offer it. I don't know if necessarily anyone will.
Okay, I'll rescind my amendment, or rescind my motion, I guess.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Seeing no further motions for the adoption of the agenda. Oh,
I have one more.
hold on. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to motion to strike 5-minute caucus break, or caucus breakout as well.
Is there a second? Cool. Representative Akers.
I move to add under line item A, suspension of the budgetary policy.
And you got a second. Seeing no further discussion or motions for the agenda, we'll now move into, and seeing no motions for the adoption of the past general meeting minutes, there's no special presentations. We'll now move into Openstudent Forum. If there's anybody here that would like to speak, please raise your hand in the Zoom chat function. I'll call on you in the order that you raise your hands if there is anybody. Seeing none, I don't think. We'll now hear a report by President McKinney then.
Vice
Someone
President
raise
Greg,
hand.
someone put raise hand in the chat. I don't know if
Oh. Anthony, can you raise your hand? Can you raise your hand in like the actual function so you can, I don't know who that is. Anthony, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and academic college.
Anthony Stem, student of life. Not really academic college. I just came on to see what you guys were doing, and I wanted to say how impressed I was. For those of you who don't know, I'm an old alumni of the organization. It's been about 1.5 years since I was in it. Just wanted to congratulate the seniors on a great year. You guys have really overcome a lot of adversity to get to this point, and I think it's so commendable. And you all have had stellar scholastic experiences, so I'm so excited to see what you guys do in the future. I used to give this spiel every year, but I may as well do it again. Don't let elections get the better of friendships. I've seen it happen, and I know you guys won't do that. Hopefully being physically apart over the past few weeks has drawn you together in a way, so that'll make my little warning unnecessary. Excited to see you guys in the virtual meeting, and good luck.
Thank you, Anthony. Yes, Brian.
Hey guys, real quick, I just wanted to take a quick minute to congratulate you all on finishing up the assembly, and I also wanted to thank especially Chair Santos and Representative Wood and all of our faculty senators for their advocacy in the last week for the satisfactory, unsatisfactory legislation. You guys did a, oh, sorry. My name is Brian Culler. I'm the Smeal College Business. Thanks, Tyler. I just wanted to thank you all again for your advocacy towards these student issues that are really important in this time of uncertainty at the university, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So I appreciate all of you continuing to represent your constituencies and to do a really great job to continue to represent Penn State. So thanks everyone, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. I see Alex Moon has said raise hand in the chat. So Alex, please state your name and academic college. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi everyone, Alex Moon, College of the Liberal Arts. You'll probably remember my electric presentation at Openstudent Forum about Lion Ambassadors applications. Not here to talk about that. Here to congratulate all of you on a great, great year. I am also a UPUA alum, proud member of Outreach Committee 12th and 13th Assembly. Proud of that. But really just want to thank you all for everything that you guys do. The fact that you're meeting on a Wednesday at 8 with however many people there are on this call in the Zoom is awesome. Keep it up. Best of luck with elections next year. And yeah, thanks for everything that you do.
Thanks, Alex. Anybody else here for Openstudent Forum? Okay, Zach, let me find you.
How's it going, guys?
Okay.
So believe it or not, I'm actually kind of nervous right now because I don't know like any of you. I am from the College of IST, and many of you may know me as the former Nittany Lion mascot. I served the university in a completely different capacity to almost all of you. And yeah, many of you may have noticed that I started trying to come to UPUA meetings this past semester. And I learned a lot and developed a lot of respect for all of you. And I just want to wish you the best of luck. Keep this university doing amazing. This is not how I had hoped my senior year ends. But I trust all of you to keep this thing going. Keep a good thing going. Love you guys. Good luck.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. Anybody else here for Openstudent Forum? Okay. Seeing none, I don't think. Wait. All right. Yeah, seeing none, we'll now hear a report by President McKinney.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Jake, can I
There you
get a
go.
yes? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi everyone. Happy Wednesday. This will be my final report I will be sharing with you all. But first, some business. On Friday, I had a call with the On Friday, I had a call with the Alumni Association in which we had some discussion on how they can help make the class of 2020 have a memorable and rightful send-off in the midst of everything going on. They're working closely with students and Lion Ambassadors in the Blue and White Society to help ensure that the class of 2020 has recognition when the time comes. I'm serving as a student perspective through the process, and as a member of the class of 2020 myself, I'm more than happy to help with any insight. So if anyone else has ideas to help send off the class of 2020, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. On Monday, myself, Vice President Griggs, GPSA, CCSG, and World Campus Leadership had a meeting with senior administration. We brought a loaded agenda that we made all together to touch on issues that students across all of our constituencies are facing right now. We talked about a continued need for transparency as decisions are being made that directly impact students, what door move out is going to look like when students are able to go back to campus, coordination with local governments, compensation for student workers, the use of the Student Emergency Fund, expanding Lions Pantry hours, mental health resources for students, parking policies, and strategic communication. The university is doing all they can right now and are trying to accommodate students to the best of their ability. As soon as we're looped in on information via press releases, we are sharing them on our social media. So for updates, definitely keep an eye out on Twitter. I can reassure everyone that I'm making sure that students are being as best accommodated as they can. And I plan to make that the highest priority and point of advocacy until my term is over. On Tuesday, I attended the virtual student leaders roundtable where student leaders were able to directly ask questions to Vice President Sims about their concerns. This Friday, geez, could be a long speech here. Okay, this Friday, I'll be attending a wellness concept meeting with Vice President Griggs and Representative Akers. The original purpose of this meeting was to discuss details of holistic wellness plans for the university in the future. However, the topic of the meeting has shifted, and we're going to talk about the overall wellness of students during this crisis, and I absolutely see the urgency in doing so. I think it's essential to acknowledge that after all that students are enduring and will endure over the next few months, I'm a softie, sorry. That long-term support for students in implementing methods of holistic wellness may prove to be critical. Until the end of my term in a few weeks, I will be having meetings with several boards and committees to wrap up the year and inform them on ways of handing off the torch in the near future. Some of these boards and committees includes the Project Decision Review Board, the Student Insurance Advisory Board, the Commission for Women, Alumni Council, the Strategic Plan Oversight Committee, and the Greek Life Advisory Board. Additionally, I will be working on my transition documents to hand over to the next president. There's going to be even more information on it than expected because of this crisis, and I want to make sure that the next president is as prepared as they can be. And as I said last week, I am committed to working with the new exec team to help ensure a smooth transition come April 22nd when they're sworn in. Guys, these are happy tears, I swear. Okay, on to my final words. There's a lot more, but on to the next part. That was all for business. I have so much, as you can see, on my heart that seems almost impossible to put into words about the past year of my life. It was the hardest thing I had to do, but even more, the very best and most beautiful. Personally, I faced days that seemed insurmountable, like I'm sure many of us all have felt, where I would go home and cry and feel like I can never do anything right or please anybody. And on the other hand, the other days I would go home after closing out a long day at 2 a.m. where I had the chance to be up at 8 a.m. advocating for students, then have meetings with student organizations who wanted to help create change for their peers. than having a call with students expressing how one of UQA's initiatives changed their life for the better. Then hosting an event in the hub that brought the community together, and then going to a General Assembly meeting and watching many of you bring forward things that you believed in, and then bringing them to life with such passion for the whole student body. Those days were the ones I live for, and those are the days I will remember. In times of frustration or doubt, I made it a point to remind myself that the reason people were feeling that way, including myself, was because we care so much about what we're doing. And that is something special. I know the 14th Assembly had its ups and downs, and we were quite different from one another. But since our first meeting, I never saw that as a bad thing. I knew it was not going to be easy, but I didn't want easy, and you all sure didn't give me easy, so thank you. Because of you, I'm a stronger woman and a leader than I was a year ago. Looking back on all the work you have accomplished throughout these past 12 months makes me beam with pride and gratitude. Not including legislation from tonight, we passed 30 bills and 58 resolutions in the hopes to better student life. We also hosted a whopping 16 programming events. Let me just shine some light on what you helped fund for students. Coffee for finals week, lift subsidies to help travel expenses, bike lights and helmets to improve safety, Hispanic Heritage Month events, free resume printing, and the professional attire closet. And that's just to name a few of the 30 bills we passed. Separately, you brought forward resolutions to show your support for our student community, some of which include further expansion of the part-time job fair, support of the Penn State PALS program, support of a student's guide to state college resources, support for custom textbook affordability efforts, support of online absentee applications in Pennsylvania, support of Sammy's Law, support of We're a Culture Not a Costume social media campaign, support in the reauthorization of the Higher Education Act of 1965, support of the Penn State Go app release, support of a statement on free expression, support of the hashtag Save Our Spikes campaign, support of Governor Wolf's funding proposal for Invent Penn State, establishment of Emergency Management Day, support of proposal for University Health Services, free STI funding through the student-initiated fee, support of State College's first Pride Parade, support of transitioning Pennsylvania to 100% renewable energy by 2050, the adoption of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and most recently, support of Penn State's housing proration of room and dining charges for the spring 2020 semester, support of University Faculty Senate COVID-19 resolutions, satisfactory, unsatisfactory grades, and support of paid leave for student workers during the campus closure and the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's still not even all of it. That's still not even all the resolutions. Lastly, you help bring your ambitions and passions to life through programming weeks and days such as Know Your Student Government, Red Zone Action Week, International Student Acclamation Week, PSU Votes Week, Financial Resources, Education and Effort Week, What to Fix Day, State Election Day, Test Prep Week, Mental Health and Wellness Week, Part-Time Job Fair, Emergency Management Resource Day, We Care Day, World Cultural Week, and the Academic Rights Campaign. I hope you see how incredible you are. You did that. You all did that. You made all of that happen. Thank you so much for your tireless work. I've noticed every single hour you have devoted and poured into these things for fellow students. To my steering committee, we have traversed a lot in the past year. We worked cohesively and through any of our differences for the bigger picture, which was to improve the lives of our fellow students. I'm proud of you all. Tom, you are seriously passionate, my dude. You took the role of speaker and truly made it your own. I don't think I've met someone that loves to work on student government related issues as much as you do, but for all the fires you had to put out this year, you did a remarkable job. Thank you. Jacob, when you believe in something, you believe in it all the way. Any student who gets to have you in their corner is a lucky one, which was all the students this year as you chaired the committee on their lives. Keep laughing, and I will allow you to lay on the floor for your back pain anytime. Lexi, you are the epitome of a strong and thoughtful person. You never rush to conclusions and always hear out everybody before making a heartfelt and honest opinion. I've seen you uplift your peers in a way that is so beautiful, and I was grateful to have you on my team throughout this year. Thank you. Marlo, you made me smile every time I was in a room with you, not only because of your natural and effortless wit, but because of how you went about leading your committee. You never failed to follow through on something you were working on. And when things didn't go your way, you always found an alternative path. Thank you. Diego, you may just be one of the hardest working people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. You carried academic affairs to whole new heights, and you did it in a way that got people around you engaged and excited. Your kind heart was one of the best parts of my year. Thank you. Zach, you love what you do, and it's clear how much you care about those around you. You offered to be a friend to anyone who needs it, and I've watched you work long, hard hours for students. Thank you for all the time you put into Gov this year and for helping archive our history and legislation. Rachel, you are in a tough position, but you certainly take it and try to make the most of every situation. I've enjoyed our conversations, whether it be over text or in person, because I've learned from your attention to detail and fair nature. Liza, you are the most sincere, honest, and strong person I have ever met. Having you on my team in UPUA and in life has been a true honor. I could not have gotten through some of my toughest days without you. Your role is so critical in helping to inform students on things that can help them, and you did the Director of Communications position justice for the 2 years you were in it. Thank you for making me smile and for being the person I can escape to the first with for 11 hours at a time. I love being a band groupie with you. Love you, sister. Thank you. Benji, this organization would not have been able to stay afloat without you. You did all the behind-the-scenes work, oftentimes without ever getting credit. From the programming weeks to making sure that the exec board was running efficiently, you were truly an incredible chief of staff. Beyond that, I can't believe we have been at this for 4 years together. You were one of my first friends and best friends at Penn State, and we have shared so many memories together. Thank you for being a great next-door neighbor and for letting me knock on your door when I needed a friend. Miss you. Love you. Thank you. Jake. Ooh. My partner in crime, my Veep, my best friend. I quite literally could not have done this job without you. Any success I had this year is just as equally yours. You were a rock to me and this organization and led it with such poise, eloquence, and determination. I would not have wanted anyone else sitting next to me for the hundreds of meetings we were in together. I have never witnessed someone be as smart, intentional, and caring when advocating for students. It is going to be weird going through life and entering a room without you by my side after this is done. We have been on quite the roller coaster over the past 4 years, and now that it is coming to a slow, it is hard to face. From every all-nighter conversation to sort out an issue for students, to just going on a drive to clear our heads, I've treasured every single one with you. Thank you for being my confidant and biggest supporter, but beyond that, thank you for giving to Penn State. It is better off because of you. I also want to thank Tim Tierney for his work with steering this year and for his precise and personable nature. Your efforts have helped us beyond measure. Also to our freshmen and first-year council members, thank you for bringing some of our brightest ideas. You are all going to go so far at Penn State and in life. To my seniors, and especially to the ones who have been on this journey in UPUA with me for 4 years. I did the math. This is our 120th Wednesday night. I adore you. We did it, and this is not goodbye. To Barry, your support through my Penn State journey is unmatched. Thank you for always being someone I can count on and being so encouraging to the whole assembly. I'm bummed that Barry Appreciation Day was canceled this year because of the pandemic, but every day should be Barry Appreciation Day, guys, so send him an email. Lastly, I want to leave you all with some words of advice. At the end of the day, mostly everyone here is between 18 and 22 years old. As you go through your college careers, remember that it's okay not to be perfect. In fact, this is the time to explore your imperfections and don't be so hard on yourselves. Don't forget to have fun. It is so important. We are all young and learning. Not one of us knows everything. It is a powerful thing to listen. It's okay if you are not the first one to speak. Take it all in, and then, when the timing is right, share your heart. Above all, be kind. My wish for the future of UPUA and the future assemblies to come is to be kind. I can't make you do anything, but I hope that you choose empathy above all. I wish I could be with you all in person tonight and give each one and every one of you a hug. Every person in this Zoom room, whether you realize it or not, if you hate my guts or love me, have made an individual impact on my life. I heard you, I see you, and you are extraordinary, and I love you. Thank you to everyone. It has been the biggest honor of my life to serve you and the student body as president. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. That was beautiful. This is why it's so garbage that the vice president report is after the president report. Like, how can I possibly say anything after that? I mean, for business stuff, I'm helping Laura with everything. All my other things that I had independent of her have been canceled. But I couldn't hope to follow that. She said a lot of incredibly true things. I'm not going to try to follow that in that way. I'm going to keep it relatively short and a bit more general, but just know that I love you all. And if I don't cover it, you know me. I'm not quite as sentimental or eloquent as Laura, but I'm gonna do my best here in the Jake Griggs way that I can. I do have to thank the chairs and Tom for all their incredible work. I was a little bit worried coming into the year. I was like, oh boy, we're gonna be fighting all the time. But I think we were a really good unit, and I really, really did enjoy Sundays working with you guys and figuring things out. You guys all taught me a lot, and thank you very much. Tom, I know we've had our differences in the past, chair and vice chair, people forget, and then we're here now. So thank you for working with me, and thank you for reaching across the aisle, I guess. To the assembly, I know I'm not super close with all of you, but each of you are incredible in your own way for taking time to advocate for students. That alone makes you special, and that alone deserves recognition. Thank you all for taking time out of your Wednesday nights and Thursday nights to go to committee and to go to General Assembly to talk about these issues. It takes a special kind of person to do that, so thank you. Shout out to all the exec board members, directors, our new committee staff, everyone who went on behind the scenes to make everything happen. Thank you for your work. I know it doesn't get as much recognition, and it's not as sexy as being a representative, which isn't sexy at all. So thank you for all that work. Liza, I love you to death. I can't wait to hang out with you more. I'm not gonna get all emotional because we have many more conversations to go. But thank you for all your work this year. You've been an incredible director of communications the past 2 years. Ben, you're one of my best friends. Like Laura said, one of the earliest friends, dream team forever. Thank you for everything, buddy. I love you. Couldn't have done this without you from freshman year to now. To the OG freshman council members that Laura mentioned, it's been a ride. I think we're all very, very different people than when we first started in a good ways. I think Tyler would go remiss without saying, you're my best friend, my roommate. Thank you for everything. I would not be a sane person right now if it weren't for you. Thank you. Barry's been my therapist for the year. I'm so sorry about that, Barry. But thank you for keeping me sane and getting me through everything. You are genuinely the best person ever, and I'm going to bother you next year, whether you like it or not. And then Laura, Laura kind of said everything about herself when she just gave that speech. You know, I didn't think I'd be doing this until you asked me to. I did this for you, and I'm so glad I did. I'm so lucky and honored to have been your vice president this past year. It has been the journey of my life. It's been an incredible honor to watch you work and to watch you be the person that you are. You are genuinely the best person, the kindest person, the most empathetic person I've ever met or ever will meet. I'm so lucky to call you my best friend, and I know you will be for life. Seriously, there's not a better person in the world than Laura Mckinney, and I don't think enough people realize that, and I think everyone should know that, and she's remarkable, and thank you, Laura. I'm going to stop because I might cry, which I don't do. So yeah, thank you, everybody. I'm sorry, that was terrible, but that was all I got. I love you all. Thank you for the opportunity. What's next on the agenda? Benji, do we?
Liaison reports. Liza's going to pull it up. Liaison reports.
If you're a liaison and have a report, please raise your hand using the Zoom chat feature, please.
Just quickly for those who are liaisons, please click on participants, and then there's an option to that'll let you pop to the top so Jake can unmute you.
Oh, Claire, I just saw you. You unraised your hand. GPSA?
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, Claire Kelling, GPSA president. I wanted to just congratulate you all on such a great year. I really also want to thank you all for welcoming GPSA to the UPUA Assembly. I think reestablishing this liaison position has really built a stronger relationship and a stronger collaboration this year, and I'm so grateful for that. I especially want to thank Laura and Jake for their partnership, and I'm so grateful for their leadership and their relentless energy and positive spirit. I'm so excited to continue working with UPUA next year, and I can't wait to see where all the graduating seniors go. You all, I know will do just incredible things. And if there's anything I can ever do for you, I'm back in State College here or elsewhere. Just don't hesitate to let me know. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Claire. And thank you for all your leadership as well. Are there any questions for Claire? If so, could you put it in the chat so we don't have to redo the queue? I'm not seeing any right now, but if they can always message Claire privately. Student Fee Board.
Tyler Akers, University Park Student Fee Board. I'm going to save my sappy stuff for later. Not mentally prepared to do that quite right now, but just for some fee board stuff. I want you all to know we are, I've been working and talking with Barry to understand how the HR policy for ensuring that employees receive salary and wages through April 30th is going to affect student workers, whether or not students will actually have to put in time or whether there's going to be some type of paid leave system. So I don't know any details about that, but as soon as I know, current leadership, future leadership will know as well. And I'll of course keep GPSA as well as the rest of the Student Fee Board and the Assembly in the loop with all of that. As far as reimbursements go, right now we don't even, we don't even know really what services are being provided versus how much money has been spent. So also once I have a better picture of what that looks like, those types of conversations might be able to occur. But right now it's trying to figure out what money is going to be spent for the rest of the year and what that looks like. But with that, I'll also keep you all in the loop.
If there are any questions for Representative Akers, please send them to him in chat or put them in the public chat so everyone can know your question. Burrow.
Hi, Jean-Pierre Miller. I really don't have anything. Like always, if you're interested in the position for next year and really want to get to know about it, please let me know. I'm pretty free. So if you have any questions about the responsibilities and what it entails, it's really fun. Yeah, let me know. That's it.
Thank you, Genevieve. Hold on. My participant screen went away. ISC.
So first of all, I would like to thank UPUA for passing the Judicial Board document about ISC seats. So we are really looking forward for the next assembly. And unfortunately, the work, the We Are the World has been canceled because of this whole pandemic situation. So if your organization wants to work with ISC for any projects or initiatives, please contact me. And last, it's been my great honor to work with all of you to serve the best interest of the university and the student body of Penn State and University Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. CCSG.
Hi guys, Nana Nelson, CCSG, for the very last time. Just one piece of business. So our elections have been postponed by a month because one of our candidates is an international student, so he will be flying home. I know you guys have a really long meeting tonight, so I'm going to say my goodbyes in the form of private messages, but I just wanted to say that I never thought that when I walked into the UPUA room in the hub for the first time 2 years ago that I would meet some of the most dedicated and accomplished young leaders that I would ever have the privilege of working with. I will never look at Wednesdays the same again for the rest of my life. Thank you for being part of the generation that completely changed the relationship between our two student governments. Regardless of everything that has happened, these two assemblies will never be forgotten, at least in the history of the Commonwealth. So you guys should be really proud of that. Laura, Jake, Tom, the exec board, the chair specifically, Diego and Zach, for everything that you have done for CCSG, for attending council weekends and taking time out of your already busy schedule. Thank you for everything that you've ever done. I couldn't have asked for better UPOA leadership for my senior year. To every representative on the Zoom call right now, I cannot wait to creep on your Instagrams and just be privy to the wonderfully successful lives that I am so sure that you might lead. And if ever, DMs are always open, slide in. Love you guys more than you'll ever know.
Thank you, Nanan. Love you. Appreciate it. Are there any other liaisons that have reports? Okay, seeing none and seeing no old business, there's no caucus breakout. So we'll now move into line item A under new business, which is suspension of budgetary policy. Representative Akers, do you want to introduce this motion? If you do, please raise your hand. Representative Akers.
Tyler Akers at large. For those of you who don't know, suspending the budgetary policy is actually a fairly routine act of the Assembly. We do it every summer. So for those of you who were here last April, we voted to do it. Basically, it gives the authority of the budget. It hands it over to the president. Then the president basically has the authority to spend the rest of the budget, what remains, however he or she sees fit, obviously still within ASA and the university's guidelines. I think this is really important for us to pass tonight. Much like the summer, we pass it during the summer because the Assembly isn't meeting regularly. We don't have time to pass bills because now we have basically a month between now and the beginning of the 15th Assembly. Suspending the budgetary policy for the rest of the 14th would excuse me, allow Laura to approve any spendings over $1,000. We wouldn't need to have a virtual Zoom meeting to do this. This would basically, after this meeting, put into effect, basically we no longer need to pass bills to fund things. And if anyone has any questions, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Akers on this motion? Yes, Representative Lizinski.
Tyler Lizinski at large. How much? I don't know if Representative Akers will know this answer to this question, but do you know how much money we have left in the budget since we had some things that we planned to budget for but could not happen?
I will yield my time to Chief of Staff Cutler.
Yeah, give me a sec. Currently, we have $39,601.90, so just under 40,000.
And to provide clarification for everyone, that's the amount remaining not only in the assembly discretionary, which is about the, I don't want to speak for men, but about the $17,000 that have been at the bottom of bills lately. But then also any money that we've already passed through the policy in the beginning of the assembly to go towards other projects that have already been approved.
Representative Sanchez.
Tomas Sanchez, Latino Caucus rep. Just a quick question. So in terms of those funds, hypothetically, so does that, like, if we don't pass this suspension of the budgetary policy, does that mean that, like, are those funds going to roll over to the next assembly, or how exactly does the rollover work?
Yeah.
And yeah, if you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, so I see the need to pass it tonight. So for the next month, let's say, collectively there's an initiative that people think when the university opens, I'm just giving this as a hypothetical answer, students who maybe live in different areas on campus or need to pay for an Uber or something, instead of us passing a bill as a Lyft subsidy, Laura could basically work with, or one of the directors work with Lyft, and Laura can approve that contract so it doesn't have to come to the assembly. The way it works, any money then left over at the end of the 14th assembly will roll over to the 15th assembly. We can roll over that entire amount that's currently in the budget, but come July, once the fiscal year ends, UPUA can only carry forward about $11,000. And so I think, honestly, when, excuse me, sorry, I just keep seeing messages that pop up and I'm trying to read them. Obviously, there are still expenses that are going to come out no matter what that we've already line item budgeted for, such as the S book that will come out and go towards, excuse me, will go towards convocation S books or NSO and books, things like that. So there are portions of the budget of that 40,000 that are already on leave, but passing this suspension will allow Laura to spend much closer to that $11,000 marker.
Representative Miller.
Hi. So, like the way you explained it, it seems like that would essentially be giving the executive branch legislative power to essentially just now accolade, give money to whatever they feel like. So I just, I don't understand why we would mesh those two together.
I guess I can answer that question. So we do this like I mentioned, we do this every summer. This is very routine. It's still allowing representatives, in my eyes, to work on things and achieve things. But really, I mean, at the end of the day, this is how ASA already works. The president needs to sign all the paperwork to basically make things happen. This is just saying, since the assembly won't be meeting in the next month, and we won't be able to meet to vote and things like that, it's really important for us to, still be able to put on programs. If, we want to put on a virtual thing, I don't know, anything like that. It just gives more flexibility for us to be able to do this.
Representative Webster.
This is to clarify, for others and me, it's functionally the same as when discretionary, the president can spend under $1,000 and just sign on it, except we're just removing that cap. And so it's not legislating, it's just letting us continue to operate as is, but without the need for a legislative process between assemblies. Right?
Yeah. Cool. Correct.
Representative Lizinski.
Tyler Lizinski at large. So I just want to echo, I think that we should do this because
this is questions, Tyler. Do you have a question?
Oh, no, never mind.
Sorry.
Representative Richardson.
So I'm just going to ask the same question I posed in the chat. How do you know where the money's going, and can students access the information?
Yeah. So like I mentioned, all this policy would still require everything to go through ASA. So Ben acting as treasurer would still have to file all the receipts and things like that. I don't see why not. Like, we couldn't put together like an expense report at the beginning of the 15th assembly on what was spent, just so people are aware. All of our like documents are already currently, like, anyone can request to see them since we're student government. And so again, there's that transparency aspect there.
Representative.
Wait, I'm going to yield my time to Chief of Staff Cutler.
Just briefly, we also, so where you guys submit your requests for reimbursement, there's a QR code just next to it that links to the sheet where I have all that information, which also has the budget on it. So that's also available to be seen. It's been there all year. I don't think anyone else really looks at it, but it is available.
Representative Miller.
Yeah, I don't want to be redundant. You just didn't answer my question. What's the difference between her, say, the president, which is President McKinney right now, she's an executive branch, and she's now having legislative power, and we're also giving her the freedom to not even have a limit, and she can now spend over $1,000. So why are we giving the executive branch legislative power?
I mean, to answer your question, you can, I mean, obviously interpret it however you want. There's nothing like I can say to like make you see the two processes really different. What I'm going to say is, I think in this time of uncertainty, normally the assemblies would like in 2 weeks we would have an assembly meeting where new action can be taken. But because there is such a long period, like I mentioned, it's almost a month. 3 days less than a month until we get to the next assembly. It's basically putting into the hands of the president more, you're right, like more power. But I mean, at this point in the year, I personally trust Laura to use her best judgment about how to listen to the assembly on how to approve some of those larger ticket items.
Representative Sanchez.
Yeah, I just kind of seeing, I guess, some of the sentiment and through private messages as well. Is there potential for like maybe to amend the rules so that like steering makes a decision? So I guess that might make people feel better if it's not just one person making that call, and it can kind of just get brought to that steering. I know that many of the people within steering probably wouldn't mind just being available to just say like a quick just check in, a group me of just like, hey, thinking about doing this, everybody cool with it? Maybe that'll just kind of ease people's minds, but is that possible?
I would actually have to ask Trent if he knows anything about that. I don't know how we can amend those types of policies on the floor, but that'd be a question. Sure.
I just want to say real quick, if this is something that passed, if we were going to spend money, and like I have in the past, I always do ask steering. It's usually a collective decision. I'm not going to go spend a bunch of money on something without getting input from the students. And if steering is what, is wanted to get opinions from, I'm happy to do so.
I yield time to Speaker Sarawak.
Yeah.
Hold on, actually, real quick, Tom, because or is this like in response to the questions?
A little bit, yeah. It's just like from like the legislative perspective, it kind of tries to answer John BF's question, and also talks about, I guess, the process. So yes, this is technically giving a legislative power to executive to a degree, but the reality is that this assembly is not going to meet again. So we have a lot of money left. They said 39,000. When you take out the 11,000, we can pass on as $28,000 that we can't spend or utilize. So I think this gives us the ability to spend money, because we're not going to be able to pass bills over the next few weeks because we won't be meeting via assembly. So without this, we won't be able to spend any money or utilize it if it's needed. The second thing I'll say is echoing Laura a little bit. We had a suspended budget entering the summer, and Ben and Laura led like a discussion within steering about things that collectively people from legislative and the executive branch would want to purchase. So I don't really have a problem with the suspension of budget. I'm pretty sure it's a very normal thing to have happen. I can see why there's like a little bit of fear surrounding it, but the reality is like, this is the last meeting. We have one more bill. Like after that, we're going to have money on the table that we can't spend anyways, that no one has any use for. So we might as well spend the budget so we can therefore utilize it, because we don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. So it might be useful. And that's my thoughts. And that kind of hopefully answers the question about why we would give a legislative power to an executive branch, and how it's not even, I mean, technically it's to the executive, but not necessarily completely.
Yeah, and just to kind of offer, it's kind of speculative, but generally I would imagine that if there were any reason to spend money, it would most likely, and again, obviously not guaranteed, it would be something that the assembly is saying, hey, like this is an idea that we think that we should spend money on. Like I would be surprised in general if it would be something that Laura or myself was like, hey, like we want to spend this money on. It would probably be something the assembly wants to accomplish, that it would be accomplished through Laura, just to give some insight on how it would probably go down. Are there any other questions? Seeing that, we'll now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this motion? Representative Lozinski.
So something really quick. I see that Tom put in there that the 15th can unsuspend the budget once they are in session. Also, the 15th Assembly is not going to be spending the money that they normally have spent on in the past. Like I know in the beginning of this Assembly and in the beginning of the 13th Assembly, we funded like lift codes for spring departure, coffee for finals for this finals week, which we won't do because the hub won't be open and no one will be there. PSU votes we funded money for last year. So there is going to be a lot of money left over. And I think if we were to need to fund something, like if for whatever reason, when the residence halls and it's safe to go back to apartments and we want to do lift codes, Laura can't fund 1,000 codes won't get us very far. $1,000 worth of codes doesn't get us very far. If we wanted to do like what we normally do, they normally 250 codes chart is like $3,000. So Laura wouldn't be able to approve that unless we did this. So I'm in support of suspending the policy.
Representative Akers.
Tyler Akers at large. Just to make it clear off of something Representative Lozinski just mentioned, this suspension of the policy would only go into effect until the start of the 15th. So as soon as the 15th Assembly is called to order, our suspension of the policy is no longer active because they have not yet passed their policy, if that makes sense. So again, this will only give Laura the authority to spend money in the next few weeks, not necessarily looking forward to the next Assembly.
Is there any other discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'm going to close the floor for discussion and we'll move into a vote. As normal, please vote using the yes or no buttons under participants, and also with this poll that incorrectly says policy and legislation, but just replace that with the motion. Yeah, I'll clarify. So a vote yes is a vote in favor of suspending the budget, and a vote no is a vote against.
Can somebody remove my host privileges so I can vote?
Benji can handle that. Please vote in both. Just as a reminder, there's a poll out. It says policy 1, but we're using it for the motion, and also vote in the participant chat area. I'll give it 45 seconds. All right, I'm ending the poll. And as you can see, the motion passes with a vote of 35-3. Is there a weird noise coming from my microphone? Oh. Oh, sorry. Is that better? No? Well, it's not going away then. The vote was 35-3. If it becomes unbearable, let me know. Yeah, so the motion passes. Sorry about the noise. We'll now move into line item B under new business. Bill 3114, support of class of 2020 community graduations. Representative Trejo, can you raise your hand so I can unmute you?
All right. Hi, guys. So, coming at you is a bill that has been in the works and very last minute, thanks to the virus, changed. So, now here it is. So, what's going on is there is a tradition of making sure that anybody who's graduating in any other class, they get to be recognized. And unfortunately, because we're not able to be on campus anymore until this entire thing blows over. And sometimes even the seniors can't go back because they want to continue on what they're going to do. So what some of the caucuses want to do, and what the Center for Sexual and Gender Diversity is going to do, they want to make sure that this recognition goes on online, or that they're just recognizing them by like giving them a gift for saying, thank you for participating here. Thank you for your efforts. We want to recognize you for all the hard work you have done and everything that you had to endure. This was done for you. So basically, we, UPOA, will be giving a portion to their graduations, quote unquote graduations, so they can continue fulfilling and being able to spend for more quality than being able to penny pinch on certain things. So that way the seniors or anybody who's graduating will be able to feel like they put in all the effort and they're being recognized as they should be. So yeah, all this will be planned out by, the graduations itself are going to be planned out by the organizations, but we are just going to give a portion of it to them so they can do what they need to do to make sure that their graduations are fulfilled. Yeah.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Akers.
Tyler Akers at large. So you mentioned it towards the end, but just to be clear, the UPUA did not help plan these events at all?
No, the only thing that we're doing is giving them a portion that they feel like needs to be there. It's just more like to boost it up, to give like something there that they're able to like buy something that's more of quality than just saying, oh, I don't know we can spend this, or I don't know if we can ship this out to these students because we don't have enough money.
Representative Sanchez.
Just to kind of piggyback, the UPUA did actually so as the roles of all the community representatives, we actually all had taken a greater part within the planning of the graduation because of the intention of UPUA hopefully supporting this. So this was part of all the different community reps did, as well as some other members of the UPUA.
Just a reminder, this is a question, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to elaborate on that answer, as well as, but not in the, I guess what Representative Trejo was trying to elaborate on was more of just like UPUA isn't taking the event and then making it our own. It's more along the lines of we worked with the organizations, just trying to be careful of the wording due to just past conversations and wanting to make sure that we're supporting communities in the correct manner and not trying to do everything for them.
Representative Pryor.
Oh, I Representative touched on it. We the reps, the representative.
Troy, real quick, do you mind putting what you have in the chat? Because as Tyler says, you sound like an accordion. So, sorry, just for the meeting, if you could put what you have in the chat, and then we'll keep going concurrently. Sorry. Representative Lizinski.
Two questions. Did you guys apply for, since this has been in the works for a couple of months, it sounds like, did any of the caucuses apply for UPAC funding for this event?
Oh, sorry. There you go, Alejandro.
Okay. Well, they did their own thing. So yes, they did ask UPAC, they did all the things. So everything that they did was the way it would be if we're not going to do this anyways. So we're just helping out with the portion. They already did the extra stuff of going to UPAC, fundraising, doing all that.
I guess my second question, how much is the overall event? I guess this is to any of the community representatives. How much are each of the events going to cost, and how much money did they receive from UPAC? If they know that number.
Do you yield your time to anyone, Alejandro, in particular?
Well, since it's their thing,
I can give it
cannot
to
answer.
Eddie, because he says he knows. If that's all right with you. Cool.
So there's no physical event that's going to be taking place, given that we are virtual. All the costs are listed in the box below. I don't know what your first question was.
I think he was asking of the total cost versus what UPA would be funding. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Lizinski.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was asking if like how much of this is actually the total cost, and if you guys received any money from UPAC.
So no money from UPAC, as UPAC isn't really functioning right now. So each caucus, we're asking for half of the STOL. So the actual amount that each caucus will be paying is that same amount. If that makes sense. So if we look at a PETA caucus, the 1,440 would be provided from UPUA, and the other 1,000 will be provided from the actual caucus. If that makes sense.
Representative Lizinski, does that answer your question?
So I just want to clarify. So UPUA is funding 50% of the total cost for each of the graduations.
Yes.
And did you guys? And I mean, I think UPAC is probably functioning because I thought I'd ask one of the UPAC members. Did you guys ever consider going to UPAC for funding for this? Because this is something that we could fund.
As Representative Chair said, that we actually did, and they are not functioning in the sense that they're not. There is an email that we sent, but they're not distributing any money for graduation, given that they are kind of virtual and a lot of their students aren't in the actual office, so they're not working as they would beforehand.
Cool. For the rest of the people in the queue, we're still in question and answer. So if you're still giving general information, even if it is addressing a prior question, please save it for discussion. But if you have a question, you're free to ask it right now. But if it's not a question, please raise your hand once we begin discussion, which will be shortly. Representative Richardson, do you have a question?
No, I don't.
Okay. Are there any other questions before we move into discussion? Okay. Seeing none, we'll now move into discussion. If you have discussion, please raise your hand. Representative Fryer, let's give it another shot.
Hey, hi, better now?
Nope.
Hello? No.
Well, hold on. Maybe a little. Keep
Okay.
talking a little bit.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Keep going. Go and start talking.
Okay. Here we go. I guess I just have to. All right. I don't know if this was like correctly conveyed by Representative Trejo in the beginning, but it has little to do with the fact that they couldn't find sources for money, and more so to do with the UPUA having a hand in supporting these communities in their graduation. So the point of the graduation is to celebrate people within their communities, whether that be the Latino community or the Black community or, you know, the UPETA community in their graduations and the accomplishments and the things that they've been able to face at Penn State. The point is less to do with, oh, they need to receive money from UPAC, et cetera, and more to do with the UPUA being a representative body of the entire student body and representing and helping out the caucuses. And just how, you know, we bought a mirror for the attire closet to show our support. It would be something similar to that, less to do with the funding and more to do with the fact that we want to support these students and support the different communities here on the University Park.
Thank you, Troy. Representative Gibbard, do you have a motion?
Yeah, so I motion to, in lines 22 and 23, can we make like students plural in line 22 and 23 and add a comma after the first staff in line 22?
Is there a second in the chat? Is there any discussion in the chat? Representative Trejo, do you accept that as friendly? Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you, Representative Gibbard. And Representative Trejo.
I also want to say that I want to thank Oma Sanchez, I want to thank Yujin Jong, I want to thank you and Choi, I want to thank Troy Pryor, I want to thank Eddie Richardson, and I want to thank Jacob for helping me out. This would not have happened, especially with all these crazy things. This is for you guys, and thank you so much for helping me out.
Thank you. Representative Sanchez.
Tomas Sanchez, LC Rep. Just wanted to kind of elaborate with some prior questions that were asked just from what Latino Caucus and kind of give you guys a little bit of an idea of how we're going about this. So the idea is to do a virtual. We are trying to explore virtual options for the graduation. So whether that be something along the lines of a Zoom call or just recognizing graduating seniors on our Instagram page. In regards to UPAC funding, we did request UPAC funding for a lot of what was going to be the in-person expenses. But since the kind of event has changed so much, we're still working and waiting to hear back from UPAC around the initial request, as well as trying to elaborate on trying to figure out these little intricacies. So to give you guys an idea, we're also going to be mailing out. So the idea is to mail out the stools. So that's where you have the stool price comes from the stool itself, as well as the flat rate envelope that's going to be paying for it. We're aiming to go for 100 total. So this is only 50 of the stools, and the envelopes will also be in the envelopes are going to be like letters that really go into that speak to, you know, how hard it is and how big of a step this is, and we're sorry the university can't be there to recognize this really big achievement. Something along those lines. We're also looking at other things to potentially include within the envelope as like a going away package kind of thing. That's the idea behind it. So the stools and the envelopes themselves are just a portion of what's going to be a much bigger event. We're looking at estimated costs. The full price of the stools and the envelopes is going to be $4,800, but there's also going to be other costs associated. We're looking at a budget of roughly $5,000 to $6,000 and we're still trying to work out kinks. It's really hard in this time, and this has been really troubling. But reaching out to different entities, UPUA isn't the only thing that's going to be funding the graduation. We also have other funding sources. This was just a way to kind of get UPUA involved in these graduations. I think it's a really good thing for UPUA to be consistently part of. It shows our underrepresented communities that UPUA is consistently standing by them and recognizes that though our campus may not be the most inclusive, they are Penn Staters too, and they made these great accomplishments. So I think overall this is a lot bigger, and I understand certain concerns initially just over UPAC funding and all these different things, but you guys got to understand it's very difficult to work within the university right now. So this is really designed to help alleviate some of that stress off of the caucuses that are trying to put on these great events, as well as get UPUA involved in these big things and showing support to underrepresented communities. So I don't know if anyone else has any further questions, but I hope that gives you a little bit better of a picture of how this graduation is going to work and how UPUA's involvement matters and how it's going to function.
Thank you, Tomas. Representative Akers.
Tyler Akers at large. I have another question. How are the people who will receive the stoles? How are they being selected?
Representative Sanchez.
Yeah, so at least for the Latino caucus, what we have is we're going through various listservs. There's one that is for the Multicultural Resource Center, the Paul Robeson Cultural Center. We're also disseminating it through our social media. So it is available to the whole student body. There's also a listserv of specifically Latinx identifying students. It goes out on that listserv as well. But it is being out to the public in its entirety. And we're making every effort. And we hope that through UPUA's collaboration, part of this component is for UPUA to help advertise this graduations and making sure that we're having it as open to the student body as possible. And we'll also be having, if we do decide to go through a virtual route, we'll be making sure that it is live streamed, open to the public to enjoy the festivities.
Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Yes, Representative Casals. Maybe.
Hello?
There you go. Yep.
Hey, Kenny Casals, MGC. I just wanted to kind of piggyback as a co-director of Penn State's first ever Latinx graduation last year. I think this event is extremely beneficial to all minoritized communities. So UPUA's contribution would definitely make this even more special for those students.
Representative Jean.
Hi, I'm going to piggyback on the past two representatives who just spoke. For the PETA caucus, for our stoles, there's going to be a PETA caucus embedded. Is that a word? Yeah, it's going to be on the stole. So I think it's going to be a great way to celebrate and honor our seniors, as well as a good way to present ourselves. And a lot of people are going to be using the stoles as their graduation pictures, or using it as their honorary thing. And I think it'll be a good way to tell the community, being oh yeah, PETA caucus is back again, and we're all here to support everybody in the community. So I hope everyone supports this bill, because it really means a lot to me and everyone. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and tentatively close the floor for discussion. We'll vote in the same way. Let me get a poll. Please vote yes or no in the participant column. If you are a representative, if you're not a representative, don't vote, obviously. Here's a poll. And again, if you're abstaining for whatever reason, I don't know, just don't vote in the poll on the left and then hit the go slower button in participant. I'll give it 45 seconds or 30 more seconds. All right, I'm going to close voting. And Bill 3114, support of class of 2020 community graduations, passes unanimously. Cool. Let's move on to line item C, resolution 5914, support of bringing a bookstore vending machine to the Hub Robeson Center. I believe Representative Lazinski, please introduce this legislation.
Hey everyone. So this is pretty much a culmination of where we've gotten at this point with this initiative. We're making pretty good progress. Jennifer from the bookstore has been pretty slow to get back to us, and I guess now even slower since of everything that's going on in the world. But we had a meeting with Mary Edgington the Friday before we left, Marlo, Anthony, and I. Mary was in pretty much support of it. We have to just get more information from Jennifer, and Jennifer was full on board with bringing it over to the hub. Last we talked to her, she was working with the library to bring it, one of the machines, the one that's in T, I believe they have it in the resolution, whatever one that is the lesser used one, the one that's in the Knowledge Commons is staying. The one that's like kind of tucked in a corner somewhere in the library will be being moved over if Jennifer can get the library to agree to it. So yeah, it's just kind of encouraging the 15th Assembly to continue working with Jennifer and Mary Edgington to bring that over.
Thank you, Tyler. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll now move into, nope, just kidding, Representative Miller.
Hi, if this was to get passed, would we be funding it, or would the funding be coming from somewhere else?
So we're not funding anything right now. This is a policy, this is a resolution.
If it was to get funded, like if this was to happen.
So right now the conversation is, we have two different routes we can take. The route we're looking to take, hopefully, is there is already a machine on campus that is not being used. The bookstore has been, it's the bookstore's supplies, the bookstore makes the profit off of it, and it's the bookstore staff that has been filling the machines for the last 6 years or so. So there is no purchasing, hopefully. The other route we could take, and Mary Edgington, when we brought this idea up to her, really strongly discouraged us from doing it, is potentially buying a vending machine, and then just working with the bookstore to like figure out the logistics of filling the machine. But Mary brought up a good point, that is if in like 10 years they don't decide they don't want it anymore, the UPA decides like this is not something we want to deal with anymore, we're kind of stuck with the vending machine then. She brought up an example. Right now we have a book drop in the hub near the Sbarro exits and the Sbarro and Panda exits, and no one uses the book drop apparently. And it's UPUA's problem to deal with that thing now. So it's a big metal box. So we're probably not going to buy it, and we're just going to hopefully hope that they're going to bring the one over from the library.
Are there any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Representative Akers.
Motion passed by unanimous consent.
Sure. I don't know if that's a thing under modern rules, Trent, but seeing if there's no discussion, then yeah, we'll just pass it by consent. If you have discussion, please speak up in the chat. General consensus, that's what it's called. Cool. Love it. We'll now move into, resolution 5914, support for bringing a bookstore vending machine to the Hub Robeson Center, passes unanimously. Now moving to line item D, resolution 6014, support of housing and food services efforts to bring mobile order dining ahead dining to the campus. Representative Lizinski, I believe, as well.
Hey everyone again. So this is something that I think we really should be passing because they're finally making some movement on bringing some vendors over to campus or Zoom, I guess now, to hopefully decide on which vendor they're going to be using for mobile order ahead dining. In the dining halls, they're still projecting a fall of 2020 start like pilot for this. This is something that the UPUA started, I think, in the 12th Assembly. For the people who have been here longer than me, if you have older information, please feel free to correct me. I know we researched Topingo in the 12th Assembly. And then last year, a few of us, Anthony Guzzo, Brian Culler, we all used to meet. We would meet with Jim Richards from HFS, and he took our initiative and they created this whole committee. So this is pretty much strongly recommending that the 15th Assembly continues to have a representative on the committee because someone will need to replace Marlo and I because we are currently the two representatives. And yeah.
Are there any questions for Representative Lizinski?
I move to pass by.
Hold on. Slow your horses. Representative Akers? Or is that for discussion? Okay, we'll move into discussion. And then Representative Akers.
I just want to thank Representative Lizinski for his work on this. As he mentioned, we started this in the 12th Assembly. Brent Rice, who was Speaker at the time, and then Cody Heaton, who was Chair of Facilities at the time, got the ball rolling on this. Tyler's been working on this since his freshman year, and hopefully he'll get to come back as an alum in the fall and order food on it. So I just want to give a huge shout out to him for being so persistent on this. I really do think it's a small perk that the university is going to offer to students, but something that prospective students are really going to enjoy when visiting campus.
Hey, Tyler. So any of the discussion, and if there's not, then I will attempt to pass legislation by general consensus. Just so you know, I'll give it a few seconds. And then if anyone wants to keep discussing, please say something in the chat or raise your hand in participants. But is there any further discussion right now? Seeing none, we will pass this resolution by general consensus. And seeing no discussion, resolution 6014, support with housing and food services efforts to bring mobile order ahead dining to campus, passes unanimously. We'll now move into line item E, resolution 6114, support for the creation of the College of Arts and Architecture Student Council. Chair Santos, I believe. Can you raise your hand so I can find you? Thank you. Please introduce this legislation.
Okay, so basically this resolution supports the creation of the College of Arts and Architecture Student Council. Alex Wu and his team in the college have been working extremely hard for the past few months to create this new student council, finally give the college representation. Basically this supports that organization and then also includes them into the student council roundtable. Sorry, Jake, how do I fix this? Okay, wait, can you hear me now?
You're just a bit quiet, Diego.
Okay, wait, hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Is it good?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'll start over. So basically, this resolution supports the creation of the new student council within the College of Arts and Architecture. Alex Wu has done an amazing job for the past few months organizing colleagues in his college to basically start a whole new group. This resolution shows that UPUA supports the new group and then makes sure that it's in the student council roundtable. So I yield the rest of my time to Alex Wu if he's here, or Tom Searbach.
Can one of you two or both raise your hands if you'd like to speak? Representative Wu.
Hey everyone. So as Chair Santos said, this legislation essentially just gives UPUA support over the creation of the Student Council and recognizes their representational status for the College of Arts and Architecture. I do want to emphasize, just for the sake of transparency, that this organization is still under the works. We're almost finished with the documentation required to submit into the Student Affairs Office to be able to register as an official student organization. I have reached out to the office just to see if they are still operating under the circumstances right now. But I am confident that we are able to get in the documentation required to meet the May deadline so that we can be fully registered as an official organization and student council for our college by the time the coming fall semester arrives.
Are there any questions for Chair Santos or Representative Wu? Okay, seeing none, we'll now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Speaker Searbach.
Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to Alex for this. If you guys remember, during Alex's confirmation for the Art and Architecture representative, this was one of the major initiatives that he wanted to do and establish. And I'm really happy to see that it's almost at its success point, that the charter is being filed. I really appreciate whenever a representative gets to work and complete an individual initiative in the same, assembly. So huge shout out to Alex. I would also say, I think this is a really cool initiative because I believe last year Representative McKay tried to do it when he asked people that might have been older in the college that have attempted in the past, that kind of told him, oh, this isn't going to work. This isn't really possible because the arts and architecture college is so diverse. So to get this done with that kind of negative, feedback or going against you or something like that's really immense. So I'm happy to see what this student council does. And I think it's a great subset of students that now get official representation. So this is just really great.
Chair McKay.
Zachary McKay at large. Kind of like Speaker Searbach just mentioned, huge congratulations to Representative Wu on this. Obviously, back when I was the Arts and Architecture rep, this is something I looked into. At the time, the Arts Ambassadors had a very, not dominative, but certainly special grasp on the kind of idea of being its own student council. And so a lot of the pushback that came back might have been from the makeup of the students, even some faculty members. But to see Alex put this through is tremendous. And I'm super excited to see this come about on campus. So congratulations, and I encourage you to support it as well.
Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Just to be safe, I'll ask for a motion to pass by general consensus. Zach, since you're unmuted, would you mind making a motion?
Yeah, I move to pass by general consensus.
Seeing no discussion, and a second. No discussion. Resolution 6114, support for the creation of the College of Arts and Architecture Student Council, passes unanimously. We'll now move into line item F under new business, resolution 6214, creation of the 2020 PSU Votes Roundtable. Chair McKay, will you please introduce this legislation?
I'd be happy to. Zach McKay at large. As the title suggests, this creates the forum for all PSU votes, collaborative efforts by a host of different organizations for the upcoming 2020 election, both primary and general. As you might know, this year we expanded PSU votes, the roundtable a good deal, to include a few other organizations that we haven't in the past, and we continue to do that same thing. Primarily, we include here Penn State Lion Pride in its new name, as well as increased collaboration with the Mckinney Institute for Democracy, as well as New Student Orientation, the Liberal Arts Undergraduate Council, and the Penn State League of Women Voters, which is the first League of Women Voters RSO in the country, which is phenomenal. So again, this is really just to emphasize creating that forum to discuss different ideas, whether they be focused around election day events or just general voter registration. I think 2020 is going to be a huge year to get students out and civically engaged. And so we need to make sure that there are as many people in the room, especially who have asked for a seat at the table. Just as a note, election day has been moved. I don't know if you heard this, and I'll get into it when I make a motion to change it here in the resolution. But it's going to be a little more important to have this conversation between all of these stakeholders over some kind of virtual medium now than ever because of that reason. And so a lot of our efforts are going to have to be put to the test, but I think it's going to work with all of these people in the room. And I'm open to any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Chair McKay, you want to start us off?
Yes, I don't have this written down and I apologize for that, Tim. But I just moved to alter in line 41, April 28th, 2020 to June 2nd, 2020. And then, if that has been seconded and passed.
Can we get a second in the chat? Sorry.
Yeah, so the Senate and the House both passed bills today which move election day to June 2nd, 2020. That was a big move for Pennsylvania, and they emphasized the need to push the primaries, but not the general election. So the primary is not April 28th, so this would be incorrect. Thank you. I would also then move to change on line 42, that would be June 2nd, and before that's May 31st. 20. Someone help me with the math here. It did move, Tyler, yes. That would be June 2nd, which would then be May 25th. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Is that all you have, Chair McKay?
That's it.
Cool. Representative Lizinski.
I would like to commend Chair McKay for putting this together. I only contributed a very small amount to this, but I think this is great, especially because this is such a huge election year. A lot is at play in Pennsylvania. I do have one question for Chair McKay. Will you continue to chair this committee or roundtable until the next governmental affairs chair is elected?
Yeah, great question, Zach McKay at large. So I did ask in the email, which I sent out to all of the stakeholders in this, just to get their opinion and whether or not they'd like to be involved, exactly what UPUA's role would be. And Laura has asked that I stick on just as sort of the UPUA's liaison up and through elections. And then post that, it's going to be up to the next Gov Affairs chair. But especially with everything taking place online, that is of paramount concern that we stay involved in these conversations. Yeah.
So any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll close the floor for debate and ask for a motion to pass by general consensus. Love a motion. Thank you. Speaker Sarabach. Can I get a second? Excellent. Seeing no discussion, resolution 6214, creation of the PSU 2020 PSU votes roundtable passes unanimously. Excellent. We'll now move into line item G, resolution 6314, support the creation of a holistic wellness center on campus. Please raise your hand if you're introducing this. Chair Clipstein.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so over the past year, President McKinney, Vice President Griggs, Representative Akers, and I have all, and of course, Representative Mishler have all been doing different work related to mental health initiatives on campus. One of the big pushes that Laura and Jake had been doing with the Board of Trustees and with different administrators on campus is for the support of a holistic wellness center. And I'm really excited for the possibility of this coming about. It's definitely the future of the way that wellness and mental health is going to be done, or hopefully done at universities and in the United States going into the future. But on top of the Wellness Center, this bill also talks about some of the great work we've done this year. Free Week, shout out to Representative or former Representative Mussolino. We Care, shout out to Representative Rodriguez. Talking about wellness chair positions in RSOs, which Speaker Sarabach and Representative Choi have been working on. Green Bandana, which I've been working on with Freshman Council Member Gary. And I'm really proud of all the work that we've put in over the last year. And this kind of, this is really the capitalization of all the work that we put in on wellness, mental health, and all those initiatives throughout the year. And yeah, I'm really proud of it. Thank you to Tyler for putting the work together, or Tyler and Jake for putting the work together of putting this bill together. But I gotta say, working on all these initiatives and having some kind of hand in working on wellness projects has been one of the most meaningful parts of, oh, and I forgot to mention Vice Chair of the Outreach Committee, Biswas, working on counselors for international students with me. And yeah, working on these initiatives has been the most meaningful part of the job, and I'm really excited to see this come before the Assembly tonight.
Are there any questions for Chair Clipstein? Representative Miller.
Hi. I'm reading the resolution, and I'm kind of confused. What's the point of this? Is it just to say that you want to do that? I mean, isn't that what you've already been doing? So I guess, like, what's the purpose of this?
This shows the future assemblies that we've been working on this throughout the year, and it kind of formalizes our demands so that we have something to send to administration, showing them what we've been working on over the past year, and that this is something that the entire student body wants. You know, it just backs up the work that we've been doing over the past year and could help future assemblies with their work. If Tyler or Vice President Griggs wants to add on to that, I feel free to yield you time.
Yeah, I would just say that obviously wellness has been a huge priority of student life and of Laura and myself, but we've never articulated that in one place. And also it's good to kind of demonstrate the importance of holistic wellness as a concept by showing all the different things you guys done in those different realms. And like Chair Clipson said, with any legislation, it's important to future assemblies so that they can build on the work. And it's important to have a document in one place that you can take to senior administration to show in future years that there is a precedent for the advocacy that's happened already. Are there any other questions? Chair Pathical.
Let's see. I'm asking, is this like a more overall support for like some kind of holistic center? And when by holistic center, I know in the beginning it mentions like physical health. Like, I'm just curious as to like what you're including in terms of holistic, just as like a clarification.
Yeah, so one of the key things that I've been talking about throughout the past year in meetings that I've been having, especially that they came up in like the roundtable with First Lady Wolf that me and Laura had the pleasure of sitting on, was that mental health connects to a lot of different things. One of the biggest ones that I brought up is financial literacy and financial situation. If you don't have a great financial situation, that can affect your mental health dramatically. And so the idea is that things like that are tied into wellness, and that they would all be centralized in the same building to help out, so that you can get resources regarding to your entire wellness related in one building. You know, if you know the phrase like students have had sleep for dinner, that ties into your physical health. And that kind of wellness would all be centralized in this location. A lot of, I guess one of the goals would be taking offices that already exist and having them have a, either move into a holistic wellness center or have a presence in a holistic wellness center to talk about things and give students resources on different options like physical health, financial literacy, student poverty, and of course, mental health, getting more space for CAPS and such.
I know, I just have a follow-up question. What kind of facilities does this include, or is that like a part of the ongoing conversation?
Yeah, it's part of the ongoing conversation. I know Jake and Tyler definitely know more about the physical building that they're looking at. And I know that it included conversations about an old residence hall in East that they won't be putting things into. But if one of you want to take more specifics on that and have the liberty to share more specifics, I would yield to one of you.
Yeah, just to give some context. So the discussion, first of all, to go to your first part of your question, part of what goes into holistic wellness, we give some idea of in this piece of legislation, but explicitly we have a conversation scheduled. It's supposed to be this Friday to talk about what exactly this looks like from the university's perspective, what offices would we want to see in Holistic Wellness Center. That conversation, in all honesty, we're still going to try to have some of it on Friday, but we'll probably have to be postponed because we'll probably be talking more about the immediate wellness of students. But that is still being defined along with the university and particularly with Vice President Sims. As far as ideas for location, things like that, that is very much in the air. There was an original plan about reshuffling some student affairs offices into Fisher Hall. That's, I can't really say too much more other than there's been some setbacks and things are very much up in the air and dependent on the student affairs master plan that's going on right now. So that's up in the air. Some ideas have been floated around: a new building, central campus, an additional white building, but they're all very, very hypothetical. And that's why these conversations and this piece of legislation is so important to ensure that this long-term conversation can continue. Any other questions? Yes, we do. Representative Lizinski.
I don't have anything. Sorry, I raised my hand by accident.
It is okay. Are there any other questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll now move into discussion. Is there any discussion? Representative Akers. Sorry.
Tyler Akers at large. Just to answer a little bit more about Lexi's question about what is holistic wellness, it's like Jacob mentioned, it's really the idea of all parts of your life are interconnected. So I think right now the vision really is to have parts of campus recreation infused with health promotion and wellness, infused with CAPS, with maybe some financial literacy components built in. And so like Jake mentioned, those conversations still need to occur at the university's level about what would be included in this type of center and how it would be named and things like that. So I just want to echo, I think this piece of legislation is really important for the idea that setting this as a UPUA priority for the future. On another note, I just want to give a huge shout out to both Laura and Jake. In the past year, a year and a half ago, this was not even a conversation being happening on campus. Sure, there of course have been conversations about how to expand CAPS, how can we expand some campus recreation opportunities, how to expand UHS and things like that. But no one has really brought to the table the idea of this type of holistic wellness center, really infusing all parts together to give students this really revolutionized idea of what it means to live life with wellness in it. Laura and Jake's leadership has really taken this from ground zero to the top. The Board of Trustees is discussing this. Dr. Barron has gotten very excited and has put personal time into helping out with this initiative, which doesn't really happen too much at the UPUA level. Obviously, you need senior administration buy-in, but they've really put this on the table for senior admin to take hold of, get really excited about. So I do just want to give them a huge shout out and thank them for their really hard work on this throughout the year.
Thank you, Tyler. Representative Lazinski.
Hey everyone. So I think this is great. I know this was a huge conversation. I was at one of the student affairs facilities master plan meetings back in like October, and we spent about an hour discussing this. So, or something similar to this, and what would go into Fisher Hall up in East. So I think this is great. I do have an amendment, so I will read that. I already sent it to Tim. I would probably want it to go in between lines 40 and 41. The UPUA also encourages the 15th Assembly to continue working with the relevant information to bring this center to fruition.
Or second. Cool. And that's accepted as friendly. Wonderful. Thank you, Representative Lazinski. Chair Pathfield.
I also wanted to reiterate how much I support this. I think this is a great idea. And also I appreciate the efforts that went into it. The only concern that I wanted to bring up, just because I think it was Representative Akers that brought it up, and this is a part of the whole conversation, but just as a reminder, my one concern was bringing up campus rec facilities into this kind of holistic wellness center, because the issue is students that are going through eating disorders, for example, may not feel comfortable and actually may increase the stigma of going to a center that incorporates a gym, and it kind of feeds into a larger stigma, and it actually may make it worse for those kinds of students. Obviously this is a ongoing conversation. And it's not finalized at all. That I am in complete support of the resolution, but I think that's just a concern that I want to largely raise to everyone, just so it's on your back burner, and just so you know it is a concern of mine. But yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this resolution? And if not, can I have a motion to pass by general consensus? Can I get a second? All right, seeing no discussion on that, Resolution 6314, support for the creation of a holistic wellness center on campus, passes unanimously. Woo! We'll now move into line item H under new business, Resolution 6414, support of the free menstrual product dispenser installation in the Petit and Paternal Library. Can you raise your hand if you're introducing this? Can you raise your hand if you're introducing this? I think someone's supposed to introduce it. Hey, Chair Galbraith.
Hi, wait, I'm unmuted, right? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I yield my time to President McKinney.
Cool.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. So this is to support the expansion of the menstrual product program into the library. I've been talking about this for quite some time. For a little background and context, this whole menstrual products initiative really got started in 2018, and it's gone through a lot of different trials and pilot programs, and then we started AMP Flow in the hub in late 2018. Late 2018. And it's been such a success that I've been trying for all that time to get it somewhere else. And the library has shown great interest, and they have said that they are going to purchase 18 dispensers to be put across the library, which is super exciting. And if the pilot goes well, in conversations with our Associate Vice President of Facilities, he said if it goes well, they'll consider putting in other buildings. So that's really exciting. With everything that's been going on with COVID-19, the order has been kind of put on a halt until students come back, but I'm going to be following up and making sure that this is something that is on their radar and hopefully going to be implemented by the time students are back on campus in the fall. And hopefully if it does go well, it's something that will be expanded. And I think that this resolution will definitely be a good reminder and show good faith to the people who are really excited, and administration that are excited to see this roll out in the library. With that, I will stand for question.
Are there any questions for President McKinney? Okay, seeing none. We'll now move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this piece of legislation?
I do have something, just real
I'll
quick.
yield you time, President McKinney.
Thank you. So we did use, and we are using AMP Flow in the hub, and we'll continue to. But since there are so many dispensers that they're looking to implement into the library, they're exploring an alternative option. And of course, I adored working with AMP Flow for the past year and a half. But ultimately, the goal was to get free products to as many students as possible, no matter what that looked like. It took a lot of negotiating, and this is what we settled on. So they're still open to AMP Flow, but as far as I know, the thing that they, or the companies that they're looking into and have committed to probably working with may not be AMP Flow, to my knowledge, but just wanted to be transparent in that.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, could I have a motion to pass by general consensus? Can I get a second? Thank you. And seeing no discussion, Resolution 6414, support for the free menstrual product dispenser installation in the Petit and Paternal Library, passes unanimously. Now moving to line item I, Resolution 6514, call on Penn State administration to prorate spring 2020 tuition. Representative Lazinski.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So this is pretty much, it's pretty straightforward. This has been something I know a lot of students have been asking. I know President Barron has said that they don't plan on doing it because of the cost, because of like Zoom and everything. But I think there's a lot of services that we paid for to be on campus that we're not receiving now for the second half of the semester. So the charge here is pretty much charge the UPUA president just to bring up the idea of maybe bringing, prorating the tuition in any way, because there is a substantial difference between World Campus costs and University Park costs. I know for out-of-state tuition, it's about $1,500 per credit until you hit the 12 credit mark, then you're full-time and you pay a full-time rate, where World Campus is like $565 for each credit. So it's about $1,000 less for each credit. So we're virtually getting World Campus courses this time. I don't really like buy the whole argument that we're getting the same courses, because World Campus and University Park professors, there's some overlay there. So yeah, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Lizinski, Representative Akers?
Tyler, here's at large. You spoke about the services that you don't believe you're receiving right now due to virtual access. Can you elaborate on what services those are?
Yeah, so normally, like, you get access to the buildings, libraries, labs. There's a countless amount, the hub, the gym facilities, pretty much anything you would use on a day-to-day basis on campus. That part of that comes from the student initiated fee, I know. Part of that's our tuition dollars. And I get that their university's trying to have all the professors teach the class in the same time that they are supposed to normally if we were on campus, but I know from experience that's just not happening. I have professors who are just uploading it and pretty much making class optional. But yeah.
Representative Gibbard.
Yeah, so in the recommended course of action, you say like give tuition, institute a policy that would fairly and equitably prorate the spring 2020 tuition. Can you like explain what fairly and equitably means in your opinion?
Yeah, so I personally don't know what that would look like. I wanted to leave that as open-ended as possible because fair and equitable to me might not be fair and equitable to another student, because I know we're not all paying the same amount. I'm an out-of-state student, but I'm not paying the same amount for in-state tuition, in-state students. And I don't want to say like, oh yeah, out-of-state students can get a prorate, but in-states don't because they're paying significantly less, or if someone's on scholarship. So that we wrote that in a way to leave it kind of open-ended. Whatever the university and I guess the UPUA president deem applicable to that, they think is fair because they are representing the student body.
Representative Wood. Representative Wood.
Hi, I was just wondering if you guys have done research into what kind of financial situation this would put the university in with already having to prorate housing and those services, and what kind of things would have to be cut in order to do this.
So I personally haven't. I know that the university is spending a lot of money as it is, but personally, like I think, yeah, granted, they are spending a lot of money because I know there were cuts with Res Life stuff, with like how RAs are being compensated for this semester since we didn't finish our roles. But I do think whether it's even like a small amount of like whatever fee money wasn't used, they should at least consider it, because the way it's been stated by university administration is that they're not even going to consider tuition prorate. So I know it's like there's a number of $40 million that the universities have spent to with the prorating of housing and food, but that doesn't account for all students, because there's only a fraction of what the student body lives on campus.
Representative Webster.
Okay, I'll turn my video on. So I'll speak real quick. There's things I can and can't say, but like I'm the only student that sits on the tuition task force. If you have questions
Is this a
about
question?
that, oh, just kidding. It's not a question. Never mind.
Representative Bose.
I was wondering, are there any other institutions, not maybe even just in the Big Ten, but any other universities that have considered this or have put a statement out like this?
Personally, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if any of my co-sponsors or anyone in the room knows that answer. But the way President Barron has it pretty much said he's not even going to consider it. I don't know if any other university presidents have said something like that. But I don't know if we should be necessarily closing the door. even if it doesn't happen, but we know we did our due diligence with saying this is something the student body wants, what's the feasibility of on it? Because I think this whole situation that the world's in currently is an ever-evolving situation. And to close the door on something like that right now, I think is a little rushed of judgment.
Speaker Sarabach.
Yeah, I just have an answer to that question. I haven't seen anything specific about universities actually prorating tuition, but I have seen a tremendous amount of demand for it at other universities, as well as among Penn State students. So it's not necessarily out of the realm of possibilities that it will happen. I think it just hasn't happened yet, but there are a lot of students at other universities and at Penn State University demanding this. So whether it comes to fruition or not, or it's even possible, at other universities, the discussion, at least among members of the student body, is beginning.
Are there any other questions? Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Is there any discussion on this? Representative Rodriguez.
Hi, I'm in a car right now. Can everyone hear me? Najee Rodriguez, first year representative. Okay, so just wanted to bring a different perspective to this. I'm not sure the best route to go forward. I did sign on to this because I want to reverberate the Speaker of Houses, the Speaker's statement that a lot of students are, there's an increased demand for this happening. I don't know the mechanisms in place that would have this actually come into fruition. But I do want to say that speaking as an out-of-state student and what I've seen from a lot of people that made enormous financial sacrifices to go to the university per campus to receive the education that they expected to receive. I know that there's a lot of frustration circulating from a lot of those students, and even some in-state students that also wanted that education, and they just don't do well on online classes, and they wanted that first-rate education that Penn State does offer in the classroom, which obviously there's problems with that because of COVID-19 and stipulations regarding us having to be off campus. But I do want to say that I do think there should be some sort of financial, I love what Penn State is doing in terms of refunding housing and food, prorating that. I do know that for a lot of students who are in geographically difficult locations to access the actual campus and had to make a lot of financial sacrifices at the last minute to get to their homes. When that was announced halfway through spring break, there was a dent for sure in the financial capacity that these students could actually expend their money. And yes, the housing and the prorated housing and food will assist, but I do think there should be some sort of recompensation. I'm not sure in what form or what method, but I do like the messaging of this, and I do think it conveys a lot of messaging that students are speaking out for. And I do think that there should be some sort of help alongside with the emergency fund that these out-of-state students and some in-state students can have access to. Thank you.
Representative Akers.
Tyler Akers at large. So I just want to speak actually against this legislation. While I understand its sentiment, and I've definitely heard some students speak out asking for some type of tuition reimbursement, I personally think it will be an extreme detriment, not only to the university, but to the student body in the future. So like right now, the university obviously is paying additional costs to put everything online via Zoom, to pay for test proctoring services, some IT support, of course, but I think a really huge cost that we're probably not thinking about but have advocated for is for the university to continue to pay employees throughout the rest of the year. And the university has committed to doing that, which I think is really critical. What is best for the student body really is best for the Commonwealth. Penn State employs so many Pennsylvania citizens, and it's really critical in this time of need that they retain their jobs. If they don't retain their jobs, next year when the student body returns, they're not going to the Penn State will just not be in a good position to help people out. Additionally, if the university were to reimburse tuition, they've already put $40 million out, to reimburse housing, food services, as well as other expenses. But putting additional money out will put the university in a massive debt crunch, which will only result in tuition increases in the future. Right now, we're all still paying for the same tuition that we planned on paying for, that the credits will be receiving. And I do believe the same education, just in a different format. I know it's hard to imagine that, but we're still receiving an exceptional University Park education. And so for those reasons, I really do encourage you to think more about not necessarily just everyone getting a refund in the short run, but that long scale impact of future tuition increases because of the university being in a debt situation.
Speaker Sarabach.
Yeah, so I'm a co-sponsor of this. I want to echo Representative Rodriguez a little bit, and I want to speak in support of this. I've seen a tremendous amount of students do two different things. I think directly some students have specifically requested tuition proration, especially for out-of-state students. I mean, you can try to justify the education the same and that the expenses are the same, but it's really hard to justify to a student in California versus a student in Pennsylvania why they should pay different if they're both learning at home and they're not going to campus. There's a massive number of services we are losing out on. You know, just speaking as a business student, not having access to the business building, the trading room, so many different aspects of my education have been negatively affected. Pretty much every single student I've talked to said they are not getting the same or even closely equivalent education. I know I'm not. All my professors, to my appreciation, because I'm a bad student, but if I really wanted to learn, are not really teaching classes in the same way that they were. It's really hard to retain information. It's just not the same education. My standpoint is, whenever I look at myself as a student representative, I like to speak on behalf of the students and what I've seen. And I've only seen students ask for tuition proration and seen students kind of express that they're not getting the same education. So that's the way I'm thinking about it. I think this would in fact improve student lives now. And I think, you know, I don't know if this is possible. I don't know if this will happen, but I think the best thing we can do is ask, because that's what the student body wants us to ask. Whether we think it's rational or not is not, in my opinion, what we should be thinking about, because I never consider myself, you know, better or worse than any other student. I don't consider myself somebody who has a better understanding of anything than any other student. So if the student body is asking for something, I think it's right because that's what they're asking for. That's just my opinion. So I'm in support of this. And I encourage you to vote yes, personally, not this speaker.
Representative Webster.
Sorry, I'm speaking at the right time now. So like to start this off, like I'm abstaining from the vote. And then like I sit on the tuition task force. I think I just wanted to shed some light on what tuition goes to and what this would actually impact. Similar to what Tyler said, like tuition isn't just like classes. Like a huge part of tuition is faculty salaries. And so if you were to have a tuition reimbursement, you would likely either have to lay off faculty, we would have the inability to recruit faculty, and more importantly than not, that like of interest to you, we would have a difficult time recruiting diverse and innovative faculty that aren't the kind we typically see at Penn State, because those are typically more expensive searches. So like you would see either a drop in the numbers or just a stagnation of the numbers, which isn't something you want to see. It would more likely than not result in either a tuition hike in subsequent years, or just a general decline in the quality of academic programs, or the number of students accepted to more competitive programs. Because like the way we're set up right now, the whole point of the task force is to streamline the budget and make it more transparent, and then to like optimize is a word we're using, but pretty much just create incentives to have innovative academic programs. And this would completely hinder the ability to do that, because if you don't have spare budget to give to new and developing programs, you're not going to see them. So like I know there are financial concerns, and like there is a lot of discrepancy about whether online education is better than in-person education and anything like that. But like, I think it is in everyone's best interest and in the interest of the Penn State community to continue paying tuition that we already plan to be paying, and just accept that these are extremely abnormal and adverse circumstances, because it will create like a better Penn State overall. And so I would think that it makes more sense to not prorate tuition, just because of the enormous ripple effects it will have, not only this year, but in like many, many, many years to come. So those are my thoughts on it. If you have like more budget questions, I might be able to answer them, but probably not. Tyler can too.
Chair Clipstein.
Yeah, so I just want to speak a little to the out-of-state student perspective. I signed on to co-sponsor this legislation because we're paying about, like it says in the legislation, $17,000 this semester. Throughout the year, it's like $40,000, or it says $34,000. And the way that online education breaks down to was only about $6,000, $7,000 when I was looking at it. That's about a $10,000 discrepancy, and out-of-state students really are not getting what they paid for, especially when it comes to services like access to the library, access to the classrooms, access to, like literally walking to your professor's office hours, like those academic buildings that we pay to support. And I think a lot of students, especially out-of-state students, are now feeling that crunch, that they're paying that full $17,429, and they're just not getting the bang for their buck, and through no fault of themselves or the university. But even prorating that in some way, like maybe, giving them credit next semester instead of just cash payouts, figuring out some way to apologize to students and prorate in some way for not being able to provide those services. It really is a big discrepancy. It's not the same. We're not paying for the same services, the same quality, especially. I think quality is the biggest thing. And so that's why I signed on to this, because I've talked to a lot of students who are feeling that crunch right now. And I feel like I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't advocating for what they're telling me.
Representative Gibbard.
Yeah, so I was just going to say two things. One quick thing is just like a quick motion to capitalize COVID in line 9.
Is there a second in the chat?
And the other thing is, so I like the idea of this resolution. I completely understand where it's coming from in the idea of reimbursing students for their tuition because they don't have access to the same services. The only thing is that I would like to see maybe a resolution that is more specific or outlines things specifically, because I feel like fairly and equitably prorate the spring 2020 tuition in the recommended course of action is not specific enough. And especially regarding the difference between in-state students and out-of-state students. Obviously, out-of-state students don't have access to a lot of the service that in-state students do, especially with like going to computer labs at other Commonwealth campuses, but they're both losing out on the same university park services. And so I feel like we have to be more specific about that in the recommended course of action if we're going to release this publicly, and if we're going to advocate to like administration about this.
Representative Lazinski.
So just to touch on what Representative Gibbard just mentioned, the reason why we left it kind of vague was because we didn't want to put a list of like demands kind of in there for the university to be like, yeah, that's not possible. We left it as vague as possible, so this way Laura and then whoever succeeds Laura can go to administration and work with them and see what is the best way to do this, because proration for an in-state student and proration for an out-of-state student won't be the same. It won't be the same for Commonwealth students because they pay less than University Park does, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I do believe that there needs to be at least, I get that like that's the biggest funding, but whether we like it or not, if I had to guess, a tuition hike is probably coming with the money they were already dishing out. Just because the way that they were announcing things yesterday, I know they said they like no staff was getting like a raise. But I think if we're gonna already raise tuition, we should at least give money back that like for services that we weren't given.
Chair McKay.
Zachary McKay at large. Speaking on the quality of classes, obviously this is an unfortunate and unprecedented event, and the situation that we're in sucks. I have taken World Campus classes before, and I admire all that the World Campus does to ensure that the quality education that students are getting from that service, from that medium of a Penn State education, is as high quality as possible, and in many ways is just the exact same world-class Penn State education that is afforded to every student. Unfortunately, that is not what we are seeing now. Anybody taking a physics lab, anybody in an ROTC class can tell you that it's just simply not the same. Any theater major, I was a theater major at one point, and I'm thinking of all the students who are like talking about whether it be practicing for performance that they had scheduled coming up that was their class, and they're still paying tuition for. Music majors, and I'm sure that we can have some of those music majors speaking on that even here. The dancers, I think like at the end of the day, it's important to recognize that not every student follows the same prescripted class that can be put onto some kind of an online learning environment and suggest that it's the exact same quality education, because it's not. I can't chart a map and plan to be a navigator on a US ship via Canvas as much as I'd like to. I'm paying tuition to do that at University Park, and I'm not being sent the services and the materials that I would if I were online taking it via World Campus. World Campus does that. The physics class that I'm taking right now would have sent me all of the lab materials to do it, but instead I'm paying for lab and not taking it. They've canceled all the lab. So the quality education is different, and we have to recognize it. It's the same maybe for some, but not for all. I think we've all seen the graph which talks about state appropriations. Every time Zach Moore comes in, he shows us how state appropriations and tuition have in time kind of shifted between this large appropriation. See, Alex doesn't have piano for his piano class. We have shifted from state appropriations to tuition, and that's a problem. That's a problem nationwide. We can't solve it instantly, and I'm not going to say that we're going to, but I think our advocacy efforts when it comes to summer and to the fall and then to the spring again, pushing for the state to recognize that we had to work to be as equitable as possible to the students who aren't getting this kind of a quality education is of the utmost concern. We can do it. We're going to see a tuition hike anyway. And quite frankly, it's a little upsetting to hear that the resolution isn't quite specific enough, because I think the only people who can be specific on it aren't necessarily in support of it anyhow. If we knew the exact numbers of what to do, I'd be the Penn State administrator. You'd be the Penn State administrator. But it's not our job to know necessarily exactly the numbers that need to change. It's just our job to call in support of the students who are asking for that help. That's our job as representatives, and I would encourage that we all look at it that way. I wish I knew more. I wish I did. But at the end of the day, if anybody has talked with a student as to one of the biggest problems facing Penn State students today, like in the last week, there's a lot of them, but one of them is this. Sorry, I'm a little passionate there, but I think we should keep all of those things in perspective.
Representative Mishler.
Adeline Mishler at large. So my thoughts on this. I'm a little bit unsure where to stand, to be honest with you, because I do think that in order for students to thrive, which is why I'm here and why I'm advocating, the institution does need to thrive too. So it's hard to think about those two things together. However, not being the expert and not knowing how different things will be affected, I don't really know how to vote. For instance, your tuition, parts of your tuition go towards student aid and scholarships, also fellowships for students to make the Penn State education possible. I would hate to see a prorated tuition affect that in any way, like where a student has signed on to a Penn State education because they now are able to, and see anything like that be taken away. Obviously, I don't think it would, but that would definitely make things more complicated. The fourth largest part of your tuition does go towards the physical plant. And in terms of instruction and academic support, which are the largest parts, I'm sure those funds are what is being redistributed to cover, Zoom and structural, remote learning. But in terms of physical plant, I don't really know how those costs are being redistributed. And then also to bring up the state appropriations, where I think it's most relevant, is the state legislator going to be, because we prorated our education, should our state appropriation be prorated back to the Commonwealth? The fact of the matter is that I just don't know, and we don't know, so I'm not really sure how to vote. But I do hear the McKay sentiment of the best thing and the only thing that we can do is elevate the voices of students, and when they're asking for support, to grant it. I think where I'm at is I would like to see this be explored by the university, and at least some sort of recognition or some sort of discussion to hear the sentiments of students. And that would maybe call for a language change of this, which I'm not sure if people would support, but I think that I would. So yeah, just open to hearing more thoughts. Sorry.
Representative Snyder.
Okay, hi everybody. Kelly Snyder, College of Nursing. A couple of things I just wanted to say, kind of echoing Adeline's point, and also Zach. I think it's so important that we're raising students' voices, and I think that's great too, but it's also something that comes around to like some of the things we've already accomplished, which are great, but we're talking about like the work studies and the student workers. By the tuition boost, they're not like, there's a chance that that could come out of that funding for students. We're also talking about, like Izzy mentioned, university employees losing their jobs, which is like very different than paying tuition. And I understand it's different for everybody, that tuition's an important thing, but a university employee losing their job, not getting the not students who work, not getting that income for them could also affect their tuition in the future, not being able to offer as many work studies and things like that. But I also see the value in the proration. What I would say, kind of along the lines of changing the wording, is possibly advocating for an outlet to petition for proration, which I know would be a huge headache on the bursar, but like possibly if students who specifically feel that their classes don't transfer, like the piano classes or the map charting, Zach's thing, maybe they could petition, because I think there are students, specifically a lot of freshmen, who like a lot of my classes are doing just fine transferring, or I couldn't ask for much better from them at this time. So I think that might be a good idea. That's all I have.
Hold on. I'm going to get to people who haven't talked yet first. Representative Trejo.
I am going to speak for the students who have watched the video, the live video covering everything on Tuesday. I watched the entire hour, 2 hour long video of what's going to be made, what's going to be done. And I know many people I have shared the link. I know many people have shared the link as well to make sure that we all see it. And if we haven't, we are going to watch it again. And even there, we were given like the opportunity to give questions and anonymously. And even then, the question of like the transparency part wasn't that clear, no matter if we were doing it anonymously or if we were just saying it. Like, no matter what we did, there was no transparency. Sorry. So yeah, it's very frustrating for us not to know like why specifically we're not able to get tuition back, even if it is half of it, because we're basically getting half of our version of World Campus for half of the semester. I would like to at least have something, because I'm an out-of-state student. I know many out-of-state students who have to worry about what are we going to do, because we're not getting the same kind of resources as we would if we're on campus. Yes, we do have things that we can access, but it's not UP access.
Thank you. Representative Burunji.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So to go back off the lines of what Speaker Serbach said and a little bit of what Adeline said, I would agree with changing the language to explore at least the possibility of tuition. I don't know how to say that P word, but you know what I mean, appropriation or whatever. Because I think a lot of the student frustration is coming from the fact that when this question was posed in the town hall, it was just very like kind of haphazardly dismissed. And I think the exact language was, we have no plans of reimbursing tuition or student fees. And I think that our roles as representatives of the student body is to be not concerned about how this is affecting the university. This proposal isn't saying that they're going to do it, but I think it's worth it to propose the student perspective. Many students are frustrated with the fact that it wasn't even a consideration and that it was just something that seemed very dismissed. And I think if we just kept this piece of legislation and proposed it to administration, is something that students find it of value to explore. And whether we don't get the answer that we want and we find out that it's not possible, at least students would have a better idea of why, rather than feeling like they were just blatantly kind of like waved off from the idea entirely. So I think it's definitely worth it to consider a language change, but this piece of legislation ultimately is for students, is for us to continue to convey what student concerns and frustrations are. And I think that's what our main concern should be as representatives for the student body, not the administration. That's it.
Representative Burunji, would you make that motion just to facilitate the conversation and move forward? Oh, sorry, you're muted. I can't. If you don't have the language.
Yeah, I think Adeline's working on it. I don't know. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I think it's tag onto her motion. Yeah.
Yeah, she motioned, or she messaged me. For everyone else in the queue, we're starting to get a bit. I think we're making good points. We're moving forward. I think the path forward is to hear a motion from Representative Mishler. So I will let her go. Maybe. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, I'll make a motion here. So it would be in, on a different tab. The motion would be in line 22. I'm sorry, I didn't send this to you, Tim. Urges the Penn State administration to explore the feasibility of prorating. I'm open to amendments on that. But again, I think that the language change needs to come because I can't see myself supporting something that we don't know the effects of. But I'd like it to be a discussion at the admin level. If task force need to come, I think that that's up to the admin. And I think that this language kind of invites that.
So
Adeline, can you send that?
Go ahead. Yeah, can you send it to Tim?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Could you either send it to me or just put it in the group chat? Thanks.
Yep.
Can you put it in the chat so everyone can see it?
Yeah.
So there was a second, and Representative Lozinski did accept it as friendly as the primary author of the legislation. So that is now a part of legislation. I'll give you a minute to put that language in the group chat so everyone can see it. Because he accepted it as friendly, we won't move into discussion on the amendment, but I would ask for those in the queue and just everyone in general to try to raise points that haven't been raised before. I think the sentiment of the floor is clear as far as our role of bringing up concerns of students. So please avoid just reiterating that. And I would ask to start wrapping up conversation, but I'll wait for Adeline to put it in.
It's in.
Cool. And we'll move on with the queue, but again, asking to start winding down conversation because I don't think new points. Speaker Serbach.
Okay. So I have like a mixed thing because I have a comment on the amendment, but I'll save that for the second part. I guess the general idea that I wanted to get across, and I think this is a new point, is I think the really annoying thing about this conversation is that we're looking at, you know, student workers losing jobs, lower university employees, but especially students. And I think that so somebody's going to lose money, right? That's the idea. But it's, for me as a student, as somebody who speaks for students, I think it's really annoying that students are being asked to take the charge, take the brunt of this. You know, President Barron makes $3 million a year and lives in a free house, and he owns all his furniture already. So, like, why does he need that? Like, why doesn't he take a pay cut? Why does James Franklin get $6 million? And I think, like, people are going to clutch their pearls over that. But, you know, fundamentally, why are students being asked to take the charge whenever there's other areas that could easily, or not easily, but take the charge as well? And then going to the amendment itself, I don't really like the word. I'm okay with exploring because I think that, again, I don't think specificity is good because we don't know what's possible. I just don't really like the word feasibility. My thought is I think that leaves it open to like just instant shutdown because the university can just go, oh, it's not feasible. Where if we say explore, they can kind of go through specific options that may or may not be feasible according to them, and then kind of just analyze it. I mean, I'm not going to like freak out if feasibility is in there, but that's just kind of my take about why I don't necessarily like the word feasibility. Because I think that cares too much about fiduciary responsibility. And we as students, we as UPUM members don't have a fiduciary responsibility to the university. We only have a responsibility to students.
Sorry, give me a second. I apologize. I was briefly kicked from the meeting. Representative Lizinski.
Tyler Lozinski. I would support removing the feasibility word that was put in the amendment. I don't know if we can amend something that was amended. I don't know what the rules on that are. But I would support that because, like Speaker Serbach mentioned, the university probably, if we leave that word feasible in there, they'll probably just go, oh, it's not feasible. We looked into it. But if we remove that word, we can amend it. So I move to remove the word feasible.
Is there a second? Cool. And it's your legislation, so that's accepted as friendly, and it is removed since you got the second.
I don't know if this is possible, but since we did some language changes, is it possible to have the updated, like an updated resolution up on the screen, or just so everyone can follow along as clearly as possible?
That's up to Ben. I don't know.
I only have a PDF of it, so I don't have the Word doc. If Tim has a Word doc he's updating, maybe.
I can make one really quickly if the assembly thinks that would be warranted.
Tyler, can you make the grammatical change that Speaker Serbach is alluding to?
Yes, I move to whatever Speaker Serbach grammatical change, I guess removing an of. I move to make that amendment.
Is there a second? Cool. All right. We'll continue moving forward in the queue. Again, acknowledging that we're winding down. Representative Trejo.
I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, you're in my queue. Sorry. It says your hand is raised. Representative Rodriguez.
Hi, Nashi Rodriguez, first year representative. So this is a new point that, like, I don't think many people have considered too, but like just to add on to that, I do think that it's worthy to note that even though there may be cuts to the university, these are very valid concerns that people are raising about how that could potentially happen. But I also think it's important to address the other side, which is the students. There are students taking thousands of dollars of loans to advance their education. And these are some of the things that I've also seen on Twitter, that they're going to have setbacks in life in terms of getting a house. This is going to reverberate further into their future. And it's going to affect them in the long term in terms of them developing into adulthood in general. And no one really thinks about that. But then also going to the other point of what I wanted to make is that you have to understand that there's been numerous technical difficulties with this new online transition. Like some professors have cut some portions of their syllabus. Classes are sometimes canceled because of troubles with them accessing Zoom. Just in general, there's been glitches with this transition, and that just sets you back no matter how you want to interpret it in terms of your academic advancement and the field that you're trying to study. And that's another point that I wanted to bring up too. And I just think that I love the adaptation of this bill in terms of us just at least putting it on the administration's desk to maybe evaluate, because these students, they matter and their futures matter too. And you have to understand the enormous financial sacrifices that they've made investing into their tuition by maybe sometimes taking out loans or having their family members contribute large amounts of money that they don't really have. We also have to consider that part too. Thanks.
Representative Trejo, are you in the queue now?
Sorry, I'm trying to take the raised hand off. I'm not raising
Oh,
hand.
okay.
Yeah, I'm
You're
sorry.
fine. No, you're good. Representative Mishler.
I was going to talk to Tom's point, but I think we're good now.
Cool. All right, is there any further discussion before we close debate? Okay. All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to close, or I'm going to close debate. I think we're going to have to do a normal vote, obviously. Representative Lizinski, I already closed debate. Unless it's an incredibly pressing matter of discussion, which you can put in the chat right now, if it is. If not, I'd ask that you unraise your hand and we'll move into voting. Does the current language make sense grammatically before we vote on it? I can't see it right now. Can someone put in the chat if it does or not? Well, if Dan Risser says that it does, oh. All right, can we make a very quick amendment? Yes, Representative Wood. It's okay, Dan, you just let me down. It's all right, no big deal. My last meeting. Can we get the exact language up just so we can proceed? So to add the of. Chelsea, do you make the motion to add the of?
Yeah, just so it says explore the proration of spring 2020.
Is there a second? Cool. Friendly, excellent. All right, then with that, I'm going to close the floor for debate and we'll move into a vote. I'll release the poll. Please vote in both. This is Yeah. There you go. And I'll give it 45 seconds. Give it a few more seconds. Troy, can you just PM that to Tim just in case so he has that? I'm going to give it a second because Izzy needs to be unhosted. And session or whatever. And sorry about that. I got kicked again. Give me 1 second to get myself back in order here. All right. I think the polling is, yep, there you go. Sorry about that, folks. It passes 35-2. I'm very sorry that I keep getting kicked off. My internet is not behaving. All right, so resolution 6514, call on Penn State administration to prorate spring 2020 tuition passes with a vote of 35-2, 36-2 to 1. Thank you, Tim. Cool. We'll now move on to line item J, resolution 6614, support for the expansion of the "You Are Welcome Here" banners on campus. Chair Pathel, I believe. Could you, yep, you're right there already. Perfect.
Alrighty. So I'm hoping this is a fairly straightforward one. Obviously, since the 13th Assembly, we tried to work on the values poster, which basically was the same thing as like the "You Are Welcome Here" posters that are downtown, but expanding it to on campus, but also trying to push it to be like all kinds of diversity and also including like the Penn State values in there. Obviously, after like a years long conversation with Stratcom and global programs, specifically with Stratcom, they weren't able to do like a different banner just because of the time constraints that they had. So we did an expansion of the "You Are Welcome Here" poster to on campus. Obviously, this has been affected because of the COVID-19 pandemic, just because they aren't able to function really the same way right now. But the update that I have right now is before spring break, they scheduled photo sessions with most of the students chosen. And basically they have 2 designs ready. They actually sent me the designs, but the link wasn't working. So that's the last thing I reached out to her asking, was to send a link that was showing the designs. Obviously, after talks with her, she isn't, Emily Kissinger from Stratcom, she's not positive as to when this will go up just because of this, the situation that we're in globally. And, but in her words, we are in a finalized stage. Hopefully we will see them like next year. But yeah, there's no funding on our part. This is a simple just support that this is happening. And I think it's really cool that something that we advocated for in the 13th is now basically coming to fruition.
Thank you, Lexi. Are there any questions for Chair Pathel? Any questions? Yes, Representative Wood.
Hi, so I just have a quick question for Lexi. Obviously totally support this. I was just wondering if there had been any more conversations specifically about feedback on the "You are welcome here" phrasing. I know in one conversation, I believe you were there, not remembering if it was you or Burrell. Sonia talked about how she had received feedback about the phrasing of "You are welcome," where it implies that this is our place and you're a guest here. So I was wondering if there had been any more conversations around that language. And I know it's difficult right now, and I applaud you expanding it as much as you have. I was just wondering about the feedback on that.
Yeah, so I don't believe I was in those conversations. I think that was Burrell, miss her to pieces. But if that's something that you'd like me to bring up, I mean, obviously, like, we are in the finalized stages of it, but I think if I reach out to global programs, we've been working with Adrian specifically. We work with global programs like in conjunction, and like since the beginning, I would say like September, October is when we like first had our conversations. She didn't bring any concern about the language at all, but if you'd like me to relay that messaging or that concern that was brought up before, I definitely can.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Chair Pascal? Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll move into discussion. Is there any discussion? Representative Wozinski.
I really want to commend Chair Pathical and the entire outreach committee on this resolution. I was one of the representatives who sat on outreach in the 13th Assembly and worked on this a little bit, and was told many times that this would not happen on campus because it didn't go with the on-campus aesthetic. So I am thrilled that they finally got this to pass through all the different red tape that the administration put up to bring in this to campus.
Representative, anybody else have any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the floor for discussion and ask for a motion to vote by general consent. Thank you, Tyler. There's a second. And seeing no significant discussion on that, Resolution 6614, support for the expansion of the "You Are Welcome Here" banners on campus, passes unanimously. Now moving to line item K, Resolution 6714, opposition of the First Day Complete program at University Park. Chair Santos, if you don't mind.
Hi, everyone. So this is a resolution in opposition to the First Day Complete program. As many of you might remember, the Hub Bookstore and also Barnes & Noble came to present on this program back in December. But just to give a quick recap, it's basically an inclusive access model that provides students with all their course materials before the first day of classes at a tuition per credit charge. So basically it would be around $21.25 per credit hour, which totals to around to above $300 for a full-time student. After talking with various groups, faculty senate, other students, and also having a meeting of the working group today, we've come to the conclusion that we're in opposition to this program. My co-sponsors will talk more about that briefly, but I just want to talk about how one of our concerns was about the whole automatically opt-in. Like students would automatically be opted into this program, and then they would have to opt out in order to not incur the charge on their tuition. That was obviously a concern for all of us, just because of communication with first-year students and also international students. When I asked about why it is an automatic opt-in, the working group told me that it's not the fault of the university or the bookstore. It's entirely on the publishers. Basically, the publishers sort of want assurance that students will partake in this program, and that is what allows them to have like this discount on course materials. So that's that reasoning for that. I'll yield the rest of my time to my co-sponsors to talk more about the reasoning, and then we'll also take questions as well.
I can't see who the co-sponsors are. Can you raise your hand? Oh, there. Chair McCary, are you a co-sponsor? Do you have a question? Okay. Representative Gibbard.
Yeah, so I was just going to talk about two of the concerns in the recommended course of action. So one of them is that the program doesn't guarantee that it's going to provide all of the actual required materials, like especially for lab kits, like you might not get all the materials required for your lab. And also it does not guarantee that it doesn't give you any of the recommended materials. So if you're in a math class or something, you're looking for an extra solutions manual to your book or something, you'd have to pay for that on top of the first day complete cost that you're spending. And so one of the other concerns that I thought about was when, do you remember when Ann Taylor, she came in and gave a presentation on the OER task force, and she was talking about how they define affordable and how Penn State does, and they said that they think that anything more than $50 is considered not affordable per class. And with this first day complete program, it would be $21.25 per credit. So for a 3-credit class, that's $63, which is above considered affordable per class. And so that's just like one of the other concerns that we had and discussed about this specific program and the costs of it.
Speaker Sarabach.
Yeah. I'm just, first I want to say that I'm very happy that this is the last piece of legislation in my UPUA career that I have the opportunity to co-sponsor. I completely agree with its sentiments. I think first I want to thank everyone that kind of spoke up against this, specifically the co-sponsors with me. I think it takes a lot of guts to stand up in opposition to a program that supposedly helps students, but we kind of see that it doesn't, or it doesn't help the majority of students. So thanks for being willing to stand up with me against this. I think overall, something that I really didn't want to say in the recommended course of action, but I'll say on this forum, and I've said in our steering chat into Diego, I really see this not as a benefit to this program, not as a benefit to students, but as a benefit to Barnes & Noble and big publishing shareholders. Barnes & Noble and big textbook publishers, I think, are two of the groups that probably have exploited college students the most. And I think that this would just give them more money in their pocket and hurt more students. It's not affordable. I can see a lot of students forgetting or not knowing to opt out. I know I don't really buy books until after the ad drop period. So I definitely stand in full support of the opposition of this, which is an oxymoron. But this is just, yeah, I'm completely with this. I encourage you, I guess, to vote yes in my personal opinion.
Representative Burt.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Essentially, everything that I was going to say would just be an echo chamber of what my fellow co-sponsors have said. I'm standing in opposition of this because of the financial difficulty it might impose on some students if they forgot to opt out. And I know many students, especially now with OER, are able to find resources online for free. So that's why I'm in opposition.
Representative Bose.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So first of all, I really want to commend Chair Santos for keeping the entire AAC committee really involved and up to date with everything. He hosted many forensic sessions, even just within our committee, to make sure that he really got a holistic response from all of us, and making sure that when he went to all the different meetings that he went to, he really brought as much feedback as he could. So thank you, Diego, for doing that. You did a really great job throughout the entire process. Moving forward, though, I do really support this resolution. Being a liberal arts major myself, I would not really see the benefit of this, and I know a lot of people in similar programs would feel the same. However, I think something looking forward to the future that we could advocate for is, and something that we've talked about within Faculty Senate, even within like the Committee on Education, could be looking to adopting something like this, possibly program by program, because you know, people like in science majors and STEM majors could possibly benefit from something like this, and it would make a lot of the cost of education a lot more affordable. So while I don't think that this is a really good thing to adopt holistically and for every single major and program, I think it's definitely something that it's an interesting thing to look at program by program for the future.
Chair Santos, do you have something else to add?
I'm just talk more about the timeline of this like whole program. Basically, on April 17th, the working group will be talking to the provost, and they will be asking, do you recommend that we pilot this program at the Commonwealth campuses for fall 2021? And then if yes, they'll be asking the provost to participate in a FTC pilot committee. And then if no, the provost will share his reasons and his concerns for not recommending the pilot. And we're hoping that after this resolution is passed, that I will forward this to the working group and then also to the provost as well before he makes any decisions, just to highlight what exactly is the student perspective. Also, I want to note that CCSG also wrote a resolution in opposition to the program as well.
All right, is that it for co-sponsors? All right, questions then, Chair McKay? If you still have them. Could you raise your hand? Thank you.
Yeah, my question was more or less just answered by Diego at the very end about CCSG. Yeah, that was the question. I'm sorry.
All right. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing that, we'll now move into discussion. Is there any discussion? Representative Lizinski.
Hello, I have a quick amendment to line 23 to change after Ben or Liza or whoever has the screen. Can you just scroll up real quick? So to change after general manager of to Barnes & Noble at the Penn State University Bookstore. That is the official name of the bookstore in the hub.
Is there a second? And also, would you accept that as friendly? Cool. Any other discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to close the floor for discussion, and I would ask for a motion to pass by general consent, since I haven't heard any opposing views. Thank you, Representative Akers. Is there a second? Cool. Seeing no opposition or discussion, Resolution 6714, opposition of the first day complete program at University Park, passes unanimously. We'll now move into line item something. 6814, Resolution 6814, rather, support of class attendance leniency on election days. Chair Santos?
Okay, so for this piece, it's basically supporting a change in policy to policy 4227 class attendance. Chelsea has written a addition to that policy that we've been trying to advocate for the past few Senate meetings. Unfortunately, just because it's like not that big of an issue on the Senate's radar, it's been pushed off for a few meetings. We first introduced this back in, I think, November. But I'll yield the rest of my time to Chelsea to talk more about the details of the policy.
All right, hi guys. So this is something that the Committee on Education has been talking about all year, as Diego said. I was asked to write what an amendment to this policy would look like. It is, as our current attendance policy states, there is, it's a caveat to it where there's a sentence that says professors don't technically have to excuse, and there's language in it that we're working to fix later in additional changes to attendance policies that make it so professors have to adhere to these guidelines, but that's a different conversation. So right now, what we're looking for is leniency on election days for state, local, and federal elections, because like the university promotes civic engagement, we also want to encourage students to get engaged in election days, because it is super important for them to exercise that right. And we leave it open to participating in elections because we want students who are being poll workers and getting paid to do that to be able to use this. We want students who are just going out to vote to be able to do this. And we understand this is not what some people are hoping for in terms of the university canceling all classes on election days. There are many different conversations. Right now, this is the easiest path forward in terms of getting something accomplished by November through the Faculty Senate. If we didn't do this and tried to aim for something bigger, we'd be in a lot heavier conversations that might not yield the result we want in time for the presidential elections. We're not going to stop here. We're always going to advocate for more leniency in different avenues, but this is something we can do immediately by the end of the semester to alleviate the burden on students who are stressed about missing class in order to participate in election days. And I can stay up for questions with Diego.
Are there any questions for Chelsea or Diego? Chair McKay.
Zachary McKay at large. Just a quick question as to what students would have to provide in terms of proof to those professors regarding missing their exams or classes.
So I can speak on that a little bit. I can't see right now because it's not scrolled down to the actual language, but I believe there is not going to be a burden of proof on students. Right now, as it states, even if you're sick and you tell your professor you're sick and you're going to miss class, they are not allowed to require you to provide medical documentation from a medical professional in order to excuse you for that. We're all adults. We should not have to prove that we were somewhere. We need to be treated like adults. And so we're going to take that same mentality that AQ has put forward in their policies of not having to provide medical excuse towards this. The original language did have that compromise, but Diego and I decided that it just wasn't necessary and we didn't like it. And so we took it out. It should not be in here. And if it is, it should be stricken.
Representative Miller.
Hi. Did you advocate for an election holiday first and then it couldn't happen, so then now you changed it to leniency?
So the way we approached this was just a general conversation of the possibilities in terms of having something implemented for the November election. Having a university, like classes canceled, like a university holiday for an election was met with lots of resistance. So we did talk about it. And in order to move forward with that conversation in the future, we want to have something established where the university recognizes that civic engagement is a legitimate reason to miss class. So it is something we talked about and we asked for, but with the amount of resistance we meet in Faculty Senate, we thought this is the best pathway forward to have at least something in place by November, and then we can build off it in the future.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Is there any discussion? Representative Bose.
Yeah, so again, this is just another great way of how Diego and Chelsea have really took charge within Faculty Senate. I sat on the Committee of Education with them and worked really closely with them on this policy throughout the entire year, and it definitely has been quite the upward battle. We've been trying to get it on the floor of Faculty Senate for a couple of weeks, and or not even weeks, months, and it's not that it's been it's not that this exactly has been met with resistance. It's just not really been addressed as well. But this is a really great thing. I really, I've sat on academic affairs and gov affairs, and this is a great bridge between the two of them. And it's something that's really important, especially to get students really excited and engaged for the election and make sure that we have the best turnout that we can in a feasible way.
Is there any other discussion on this piece of legislation? Seeing none, I'm going to close the floor for discussion and ask for a motion to vote by general consent. Thank you, Tyler. Is there a second? Thank you both, Tylers. Thank you. Cool. And seeing no, okay, Chair Clipstein. Chair Clipstein has discussion. Can you raise your hand? Can you just raise your hand so you can talk and explain why you think we need to vote by roll?
Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yep.
we're good. I would like to vote by roll or whatever that is, because even though I didn't bring it up in discussion, I'm not totally convinced on voting yes right away. I'm not, I think we could have gone stronger, hearing that there wasn't a lot of resistance for it. It was just whatever came up. So I think I'd like to vote by roll, so I have a couple extra seconds to make a decision. And if I do vote no, that gives me an option to vote no.
I do not think we should vote by roll. I think we should, and if we don't do general consent, we can do like by poll.
That's what I meant by roll. That's why it was in quotations. I apologize.
Okay. No problem. So we'll do that. I'm going to go ahead and make that ruling. And we'll do that. So if everyone will please vote on the right under participants, and I'll release the poll. I'll give it 45 seconds. I'll give it 30 seconds. All right, closing the poll. And it passes 30-42. Cool. All right, we'll move on to the next piece. Benji, if we could. Resolution 6914, support of the University Park Scholarship webpage. Chair Santos, I think. Yes. Oops.
Okay, sounds good. So I've been working on this project since my freshman year, and it's like finally happening. So basically, since my freshman year, I've been advocating for some sort of scholarship webpage on the Student Aid website. I've met with Office of Student Aid, with the Financial Literacy Center. I've met with Org Central. I've met with the Division and Development and Alumni Relations, like with undergraduate education. I met with so many different offices trying to find an office that would host this website. And then last semester, Student Aid finally said yes. And right now we're just still trying to find a student or someone in IT to make the webpage. In the past, especially with What to Fix, we've been having trouble getting IT to create web pages for us. They don't really believe that they should be making websites for like student organizations. So basically, we're hoping to have a website that is sort of like a list of links of scholarships that students can apply for. So a good example of that is the most recent Student Leader Scholarship. This just really allows students to put forth like essays and statements about like their work and their criteria that enables them to get an award. Most scholarships right now, especially for first-year students who are going into their first year, they sort of are just automatically applied through the FAFSA. But lots of students want more of an opportunity to showcase their success throughout their undergraduate career. So yeah, I've been working with Izzy and Najee, and then also a huge shout out to past Chair Burrell Bannerman, trying to find a way to make this happen. I remember my freshman year, I had a meeting with Burrell and Student Aid, and they told us a complete no. They think their website is great, and after coming back after 2 years, they finally said yes. So we're hoping to continue to advocate for this, and we're encouraging the 15th Assembly to hopefully bring it to fruition, and also urging the College of Information Science and Technology to create some sort of work study or student job so that a student can be paid to make this webpage.
Are there any questions for Chair Santos? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Oh, Speaker Serbach, is this discussion or a question?
This is discussion. Is it okay?
Okay. No, that's perfect.
So I definitely want to commend Diego, Burrell, and Izzy and Najee were both co-sponsors on this, I believe. This has the power to help a lot of students. I know I would have benefited from it a lot freshman year. I think this will, when we talk about affordability, this is an asset that we have theoretical access to, but it's not always direct. It's really hard to find scholarships sometimes. So thank you so much for working on this. I think this will be beneficial. Again, shout out to Diego for showing fall through on this. I personally saw him take up this initiative, and I thought it was cool then. I think it's really cool that it's happening now, even after all the resistance, and not taking away from the resolution at all, but I'd also like to say nice.
Thank you, Speaker of the Assembly, Tom Serbach. Can Trustee Wood go?
I just want to take a second and commend Diego. I want to admit that I was wrong about this initiative. I was the one who told him from the beginning it's not going to happen. Focus on things that are more feasible and push it to the side. And thank goodness he didn't listen to me, because this is an awesome project and I'm so proud of him. And his persistence was amazing. And I just want to commend him for not listening and going with his gut and doing what was best for students. So good job, Diego.
Representative Rodriguez.
Hi, Roger Rodriguez, first year representative. I just wanted to really express my gratitude to Diego and for everything that he's done in bringing me into the operational realm of the university and really just always being a source of constant inspiration. I really appreciate it. And again, Tom said, so many students are going to benefit from this. And having a consolidated site for students to have ease in terms of accessing these scholarships to advance their education, it really means a lot. And I'm sure students years from now will really wonder who did this, and it's going to be you, and that's something to be proud of. And I'm so happy that I was with this journey, along with this journey with you and Izzy and everyone else who contributed to making this reality. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Ajay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to close the floor and ask for a motion. Thank you, Izzy. Can I get a second on that? Thank you, Aphrodite. Seeing no opposition, I don't think. Resolution 6914, support of the University Park Scholarship webpage, passes unanimously. On to the next one. Thank you, Benji. Resolution 7014, support for increasing affordability of the official transcript fee. Chair Santos.
Okay, me again for the last time, which is kind of sad. So basically this resolution is in support of the recent news, literally today, about the official transcript fee. Just to give a bit of background, the previous cost was $10 per official transcript. That's for both paper and also digital. Laura, Jake, Chelsea have advocated for, at first, totally eliminating that whole fee. But we were met with a lot of pushback from that. We were told that the reason for the fee is that Once students request an official transcript, that is sent off to a third-party server that basically checks for validity. They told us about a situation at Ohio State where they sent back 60% of Penn State transcripts because they were all fake. Apparently, fake transcripts are a thing. I guess students get their hands on them in some way. But that's the reason for the cost, and that's the reason why there still has to be something to be paid. But in efforts to increase affordability and then also sustainability, we've gotten the bursar and then also the provost to agree to $5 for a digital transcript and then $15 for a paper transcript to hopefully encourage people to go for the digital route instead. I'll yield the rest of my time to Chelsea if there's anything that I missed.
If anything to add, Chelsea?
Yeah, I just want to quickly talk a little bit about the first steps we took. We proposed different funding models from the provost budget to something like we do free resume printing, doing a free transcript printing week. We had multiple ideas, multiple proposals. Previously, Patty, the rates were $10 per transcript, no matter whether they were online or a physical transcript. So we saw that the registrar's numbers demonstrate to us that digital transcripts are on the rise and that they are acceptable by businesses and graduate schools and those sorts of things. So this is a way we could decrease it by 50% for students majority of the time, but it's not the last step. We are going to continue conversations with the registrar, find funding some other way, because we believe this is not something that should be funded by students because you already pay tuition to be here. You should be able to get your grades because they're yours, you've earned them. But also something that was pointed out to us is that a lot of schools charge a graduation fee where they charge you to get your physical degree mailed to you, which is, in my opinion, ridiculous. You shouldn't have to pay to get your degree after your 4 years. But they do not charge that, which could be up to $80. So it is something that they take the hit on already, the cost of getting those to us. So it's a compromise in a way, but it's not the end of the initiative.
Are there any questions for Representative Wood or Chair Santos? Seeing none, we'll move into discussion. Is there any discussion? Representative Gibbard?
Yeah, it's just like something really small, but I don't think there's an end parentheses for the first paragraph, like to end the undergraduate, graduate, law, medical, and non-degree, like there should be like another one. So I motion to add an end parentheses.
Is there a second? Do you accept that as friendly, Diego? Thanks, Diego. Thank you, Representative Gibbard. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to close the floor for debate and ask for a motion to pass. Thank you, Representative Akers. Thank you, Representative Wood. Can I get a second? Thank you for the twos. Seeing no significant discussion or opposition to passing by general consent, that piece of legislation passes by unanimous consent. Is that it? Oh, geez, that was it. Sad. All right, can I see the agenda? I know it's Chief Justice report, I believe, right now. Yes, Rachel? Yeah, I should know that by now. Cool.
Okay, hi everyone. It's definitely hard to believe that this is the last meeting of the 14th Assembly. I do have a long report for you all. I have a little quick farewell at the end of it, so I'm going to try to jump right into things. So obviously, due to the global pandemic, we have had to make a few changes to elections. I just want to thank everyone for being very supportive and understanding of the changes that we do have to make. I understand that some of them are a little bit last minute,
But the commission is working as hard as we can to ensure that the election will run smoothly. I also just want to say I'm very grateful. All of the candidates have been very adaptable, and I'm also very impressed with every single candidate who is virtually campaigning. I understand that that was a very big switch to take. So the commission has been working on planning the executive debates. The vice presidential debate will take place tomorrow night via Zoom from 6 to 8, but it will not be live streamed, it will be recorded. This recording will then be posted on the Elections Commission YouTube channel, as well as shared via our Twitter and also with various press on Route State Daily Collegian. We will also be sharing with the student body immediately after posting, my hope being that many members of the student body will be able to view the video. The reason that they will not be live streamed is to avoid technical difficulties that could interfere with the debates running smoothly. Similarly, the presidential debate will take place on Thursday, April 9th. This debate will also be recorded on Zoom and will be posted to YouTube directly afterwards, similarly to the vice presidential debate. I'm sure that many people have questions on why we decided to hold 2 debates instead of 1. So since we did move elections 2 weeks ahead, that obviously extended the campaigning period by 2 weeks. Having a month of campaigning time gave us more time to hold additional elections events, which provided us with the thought of multiple debates. After much discussion, the commission decided to separate the vice presidential and presidential debates in order to allow for more opportunity for candidates to speak and also more opportunities for the student body to engage with candidates and to engage with the elections process. Although vice presidential and presidential candidates must run together on an executive ticket, there are differences in the jobs performed by UPUA president and vice president, as I'm sure you've all witnessed with Jake and Laura this entire year. Separating the debates allows for even more focused questions that pertain specifically to the role that each candidate will be stepping into. I also collected feedback from my network of other Chief Justices within the Big Ten, and in doing so, I learned that both Purdue University and the University of Iowa are also holding presidential and vice presidential debates separately. Although I understand that this is a new decision for Penn State, it's not completely out of the ordinary at other schools. I understand that not everyone may agree with this decision, but I do ask that you respect the decision of the commission at this time. And so finally, I just want to thank you all for providing me with the opportunity to serve as your Chief Justice this year. I'm especially glad for the opportunity to serve on the steering committee with Jake, Laura, Ben, Liza, Diego, Jacob, Zach, Lexi, Marlo, Tom, and Tim. It's been an honor serving with all of you. Every Sunday afternoon was a very memorable experience for sure. I just also want to quickly thank former Chief Justice Riley Ebbs. She truly excelled in this position and paved the way for other women to excel in this position in the future, including myself. Also want to thank former Chief Justice Jonathan Kinney. He assisted me with my transition into this role and gave me all of the tools that I needed to succeed in this position. Lastly, I would like to thank the exceptional 14th Assembly Judicial Board, who is on this journey with me every step of the way. I especially want to shout out Justices Daniel Zahn and Caitlin Mayer, who will be graduating this semester. During this past year, I've witnessed many impressive moments of leadership from many passionate people in this room, or should I say this Zoom, who are truly interested in working for the student body. I would also like to especially thank the seniors who have dedicated parts, if not all, of their time at Penn State to truly improving student life. And I hope that when I attend my last assembly meeting as a senior next year, I will be able to say that I did the same. To the rest of you who I hope to see return to this room in the future, this is not a goodbye, it's just to see you soon. Thank you. And I will take questions now.
Are there any questions for Chief Justice Schuchman? And thank you, Rachel, for everything you've done. Any questions? All right. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Are there any executive reports? Because we did not strike that. Because we need to hear from our executives. Ben, go ahead.
All right. Kind of like what Jake said, I try not to have a lot of things. Sorry, my friend was calling. Don't want to have a lot of things to say, but I do have a couple things that I wanted to say. So first of all, Patagonias are in. They are going to get mailed. Jake is going to help out with that a little bit. If you have any budget stuff, please continue to send it to me. I'll take care of it. And yeah, the budget's still available to be seen on, yeah, I'll bump that link again. Yeah, Patagonia's are in. We'll make it happen, I guess. So, okay. Here we go. To steering, these are my final goodbyes, whatever. So to steering, although I feel like I rarely say this, I'm incredibly proud of the work we have all done collectively. You know, being a member of steering is an incredibly challenging task. And despite all the things that have been thrown at us this year, I think the group has weathered the storm incredibly well and has really come out on top. And to that, I say bravo. To my exec board, thank you to each and every one of you for all your hard work in each of your respective roles. Each of you have seriously become experts in your respective domains and have really taken charge. We had some phenomenal programming weeks like PSU Votes Week, World Cultural Week, Mental Health and Wellness Week, What to Fix Day, and Test Prep Week. We had a huge changeover to Microsoft Teams, which I think we're still all trying to come to terms with. We have seen an incredible change in how we take minutes and publish notes. We have invited all of our alumni back in town this year for AIG weekend, and we've had the opportunity to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves with the opportunity to play Battleship, Dance at Power Remix, and hike Mount Nittany. I had a vision for how our team would be able to help positively impact our organization from behind the scenes, and each of you blew me away by how you have impacted UPUA. So to my exec team, thank you so much for that. To Barry, thank you for all the times you've listened to me and helped me work out my thoughts on any number of issues. It's always a welcome time to step away from class and school and everything to chat with you. To Laura, I don't know if you remember this, but do you remember how we had both talked about stepping away from UPUA? I'm really glad we didn't do that. It's been an honor to work with you and see how much you've grown as a leader. Thank you for allowing me to work alongside one of my best friends. Love you, and thank you for everything. Jake, my dude, love you so much and so appreciate all the time we spent together throughout the last 4 years. I'm so proud of you and will always remember your time in UPUA as being filled with Griggs gusto. Regardless of where we fall on the org chart, we'll always be each other's biggest cheerleaders. We're even, man, even. Liza, you really ought to be called co-chief of staff because you've done so much for this organization behind the scenes. Whenever I need something done, I knew I could always count on you to get it done. Whether it was a big or small ask, you were always willing to help me out, even if you did roll your eyes. We were a team, and I couldn't have asked for a better teammate. Thank you for always being there and for being an amazing friend. Love you forever. So my grandfather recently passed away, and I was reminded of one of his favorite quotes that has subsequently become one of my favorites. And I thought that this quote was appropriate for this group. Nothing in this world can take place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than an unsuccessful man with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of uneducated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. I wish you all the best and thank you for allowing me to be a part of this organization.
Thank you, Benji. Taking that silent applause. Director Fernandez.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm so not ready for this at all. I also apologize. I'm going to be staring at my phone. Otherwise, this is going to be a mess because I wrote down everything I want to say. I definitely wish I could give this in person with you all in the same room as me, but this will have to do given the circumstances. There's so many people I want to individually commend for their hard work and shout out for just being an amazing individual. I'm going to try and keep this as brief as I can. I'm extremely thankful to have been part of UPUA for the past 4 years. It has not only shaped my time at Penn State, but is the reason I stayed after my first year. Words cannot express how grateful I am for the opportunities this organization has introduced me to and for allowing me to work beside extremely talented and selfless students. It's been an honor to interact with each and every one of you. Know that you've made a positive impact on the lives of all Penn State students, including my own. To my fellow 11th Assembly Freshman Council members still standing, I can't believe we made it this far. I'm so proud of the work you've all accomplished, and even more proud to call you some of my best friends. To my 13th Assembly kiddos, even though I only had you for a semester, you'll always be my original babies. You made my first year as Freshman Council Director so enjoyable, I came back for a second round. You all continue to blow me away with your dedication and passion to students, and I look forward to following the rest of your Penn State journeys. To my partner in crime and my fellow mom, Sophie, you've been my absolute rock this year. You're always the first person I turn to during my highest highs, my lowest lows. It's hard to believe just a year ago in an Uber in Paris, we were fantasizing about how cool it would be to be co-freshman council directors. We thought it was a far-fetched dream, and now I can't imagine doing this with anyone else. I'll never be able to thank you enough for all that you have done and continue to do for me. And finally, to my current 14th Assembly chickens, I truly cannot express how much each and every one of you means to me. You're some of the most incredible people I've ever met. It's going to be a hard adjustment to not see your beautiful faces to brighten my mood every day. You've had a tough year, there's no doubt about that, but you've handled it with such grace, and I'm so proud to be one of your moms. I can confidently say I feel comfortable leaving the future of Penn State in your hands, and I'm excited to see how you continue to better the lives of students. Thank you for teaching me how to be a better director, a better friend, and an overall better person. I look forward to the day when we can reunite and snuggle again. I love you all so, so much. Thank you all again for an amazing experience. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and reach out if you need anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Dr. Heyman. Sophie? Sophie? Can anyone else hear her? Because I can't. Okay. Sophie, it's your turn. Sick. All right, well, Sophie, give you a few more seconds, but you got to talk here. All right, if you can figure it out, Sophie, I'll come back to you later. But I think we're gonna, she's over FaceTime. There's no way that's gonna work.
Wait, I'll try to log on and go back on.
Okay. We're gonna wait here for a minute.
While we're waiting, everyone smile so I can take a picture for the Twitter. Thank you. That's all.
That was the weirdest thing I've ever done.
Thanks, Liza. We'll give her a couple minutes. In the meantime, I'll unmute everybody and we'll just have some chaos for a few seconds.
Oh, talking privileges, baby. Talking privileges.
Let's go.
Now? Yeah, stop with that picture.
What? Diego.
Can you people hear me?
Side of you. What do you want me to do?
Okay. Great. Sorry, folks. I would like to start by saying thank you from the bottom of my heart to each and every one of you. Whether I've known you from the 11th Assembly Freshman Council days or just met you this year, each of you have had a tremendous impact on me. Upon embarking on this journey, I genuinely had no idea what to expect. I simply applied and went. Well, little did I know I was about to find my family within UPUA. Within the 11th Assembly, I found my freshman council family, and throughout my 3 years, I found that my place in UPUA as well.
You each inspired me and pushed me to want to be a better person, work harder, pushed me out of my comfort zone, and helped me find the confidence in myself, which I did not have before starting on this journey. To my 11th Assembly Freshman Council fam, thank you so incredibly much. I cannot begin to explain to each of you in this room or on Zoom how much you mean to me and how you have all made my 4 years that much brighter. I can genuinely say I found lifelong friends in all of you and cannot thank you enough for being there for me throughout all of the good and bad times. Also, shout out to FC for giving me my awesome roommates who have had to put up with all my shit this year. Love you, all residents of PT 311. To my 14th Assembly chickens and my fellow FC mom, I love you all so much. To Celeste, thank you so much for being my partner in crime through all the ups and downs and literally everything this year. I cannot thank you enough for being there for me. I genuinely would not have gone through this semester without you, actually this year. And to my FC chickens and Celeste, of course. I could never have imagined how at the start of this year, each of you would have had such an impact on me. Each of you has brought such incredible drive, spirit, and a contribution to both this university, assembly, and FC. I can genuinely say you will all be the future leaders of Penn State, no matter which organizations you find your home in. I am so incredibly thankful for each of you for making my last year the best it could possibly be. Love you all so much.
Thank you, Sophie. Are there any other executive reports? Okay. Seeing none, we'll now hear a report by Speaker Sarabach.
Hello. So I didn't think I'd get here. I wasn't going to do a speech, but then Laura crying a lot inspired me to do one. So thanks, Laura. I'm probably going to swear in this, Jake, so please don't mute it. So I came into this position like a guy with some big ideas who was really passionate and pretty angry. And I feel like I'm leaving it like some kind of war-battered like cyborg who's just been like broken inside, but for the better. I think some achievements this year. I think my biggest achievement is likely, quote unquote, graduating on time with a job lined up. Because both my predecessors had trouble doing both of those things. Shout out to Bob, and sorry I made you spend lots of money. So in terms of this assembly, I think there's a ridiculous amount of achievements that you guys have. In my opinion, we've passed the most and some of the largest, massive, greatest policy changes since at least probably the 9th or 10th Assembly, including Justice and Equity Committee. You know, we messed up the elections code a little bit, but it exists and it's different. We passed the second most bills ever. We passed more resolutions than any other assembly, and we did it by 14 resolutions. And we passed more legislation total than any other assembly in UPUA history. And that's not something that I did. That's something that all of you did by putting in, you know, a massive amount of effort every week, being willing to debate and discuss everything. I think the last few weeks have been some of my best and my favorite in UPUA history, or my UPUA time. Just tonight and, you know, past week and the weeks before that, we've really passed some resolutions that directly help and benefit students in so many different ways. I think the biggest UPUA criticism that I have, or the other students hear a lot, is that we don't necessarily do enough. But I think, you know, the past month we've directly benefited students, and I can't say enough about that. And I thank you all for bearing with this, being willing to debate and stand up. For me, I think that the actions of this assembly and the culture of it, at least the positive aspects of the culture of it, is not some sort of slight aberration or a change for a year, but it's the new normal. And my hope. I think that this is a massive change in culture where people are willing to stand up and disagree. We've had more no votes than in a very long time, and we've had more diverse groups of people voting no, different groups every time. And I think being willing to say no is a massive thing. And I think everyone that's had the guts to do that, your voice definitely matters far more than mine, more than anyone besides you. What you say and think and believe matters. Every year people do speeches at the end and they always say these hypocrisies. I'm glad and I respect Laura and Jake did not say these this year. So every year somebody comes up and asks, would they do this again? And they say, yes, I would not do this again. but I don't have to. I did it. It's over. People always say at the front of the room, they'll say your position doesn't matter, but they have a position. Your position does matter because you have power to enact your beliefs. I think everyone's position shouldn't matter, but the reality is that it does. And every time somebody comes up and they say, don't play House of Cards or don't, think strategically, but you have to think strategically because everyone else is going to be as well. It's just a reality of politics. It's a dark fact, but you have to do it. And everyone that has said that has also played House of Cards directly themselves. Don't ever let anyone tell you what you can and can't do. You're capable of more than anyone even you can expect. Leaders are not made or chosen. Every single person is a leader inherently. It's inside them, and that's something that I deeply believe. You're not a leader necessarily because someone older than you thinks that you're the best or they think you have potential, because everyone is a leader, and you can believe in yourself. You can speak up. You can be a leader too. Don't let anyone ever determine your future except you. It doesn't matter, if you have, a skull and bones ring or a lion paw key old mane or whatever. You determine your future, not anyone else. You determine what you can do. Don't be an elitist, be inclusive. I always say, invite everyone to the party, make sure everyone's involved. People united can do more than any institution. And don't be afraid to fail. I fail every day. I'm failing at the speech right now. It's not going very well. Don't be afraid to fail. It's what you do. So to the Assembly, I thank you so much for bearing with this year. Thank you to everyone that has put forward work on resolutions, legislation, people that have spoken up, people that have said things that are hard to say in the Assembly floor. Your bravery is not unseen. You're fighting for the causes that you believe in. That's what matters most. To the ad hoc on outreach, I said it to you earlier this week, but I really enjoyed spending my Tuesday nights with you. I thought it would be a horrible mess. I thought everyone would fight, and it actually turned out to be really great. Really created a lot of progress, and we succeeded. We did it. We made the changes we wanted. So thank you. To the members of steering, Laura, you're an incredibly nice and kind person. You're an amazing advocate for students. To the administration, you're also the only person in the UPUA who has better fashion sense than I do. So I'll give you that one. You and Jake collectively turn all the bullshit that people like me talk in steering and all the harsh points that aren't palatable for like real adults, and you make it palatable. You advocate on it effectively, and I can't thank you for that enough, especially during the coronavirus stuff that's happening. You guys have been amazing advocates. You've done just amazing stuff, and you've made a lot of changes that benefit people. I also want to thank Laura for recommending my favorite album of 2019, Father the Bride by Vampire Weekend. I would have never listened to it without you. So thank you for that. Jake, as you mentioned, we go back to Gov Chair and Vice Chair. I consider you half seriously to be the Remus to my Romulus, as in my constant adversary, but you're ridiculously charismatic. You're very funny. You're a strong leader, debater. And contrary to what you said to me in a meeting about your initial failed run as Gov Chair, you are an ideas guy. I believe it. I believe you have good ideas. Yeah. Ben, you're literally a god as Chief of Staff. You're the best Chief of Staff I've seen in the UPUA. You took the worst, hardest job on the executive board and pretty much perfected it and improved it in every way. I cannot compliment you enough. You freaking killed it. You made my life and everyone's lives so easy. I never had to worry about finances. You always had the answers. You always know what's going on. Even this meeting is because you just know what to do. So thank you, Ben. You destroyed it. Liza, you scare me personally, but I respect you, and you work really hard, and you put a lot of passion into your work, even if you don't act like it all the time. You do really great work, and you know that. To the Chief Justice, Rachel Schuckman, it is hard to describe how much I respect you. You're tough as nails. You're tremendously hardworking. You're too forgiving. You're incredibly kind for how much shit you take all the time. You're also very funny and witty, and I've enjoyed watching you grow so tremendously as a person over the past year. I know you will go on to do incredible things because you do not take shit, and you are freaking tough, and you work hard, but you're also a good person as well. To the chairs, it's been my honor to kind of oversee you guys in steering. You guys have been ridiculously nice, ridiculously hardworking. I'll go in order alphabetically. Academic Affairs, Diego. Diego, you are literally one of the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life. You are ridiculously nice. You're organized, you're caring, you're thoughtful, and hardworking. You're so passionate about what you do, and I'm not afraid to call you the best academic affairs chair in UPUA history. I cannot thank you enough for the immense amount of hard work you've done this year. You wouldn't be where you are without your mentors, obviously, people like Chelsea, but you did freaking killed it all the time. And I hope that you can do surgery on me in the future. Zach McKay, Gov Affairs, you're one of the most important leaders to me I've met during my time at Penn State. You're organized, cordial, again, too forgiving, and even sometimes to a fault of your own, you always see the best in people and give people second and third chances, even if they do not deserve it. People like me. You are strong, resilient, funny. You're too honest. You're honorable. You're too honorable. And my favorite moments have been breaking your very professional outer core and seeing a less serious side. And I consider you a really amazing Gov Affairs chair, perhaps the best in history. Sorry, Jake. Again, you have Jake's advice, but you did a good job. It's not my, you did good. Alphabetically, facilities, Marlo, you are tough and resilient and upbeat and kind and a great leader. I know very little about facilities to this day, and I've never had to learn thanks to your immense competence. Despite getting constantly ghosted by administrators, facing many challenges beyond your control, you always rose above them and did the best work you could possibly do. I did mess up the alphabet. Thank you for being a refreshing and upbeat voice on steering. I always enjoyed hearing your points. Lexi, I consider you honorarily one of my bros. You are a strong leader who also doesn't take shit, but you keep a cool head and think logically. You fully process and analyze your points before you speak them, a trait I wish I had. You've done an amazing job as outreach chair. I consider you the very best and last in this role. And I can't tell you how much your friendship means to me. Jacob, you're my very best friend at Penn State. You're stronger than you will ever know. You're kind and caring in a way that I am not. You are an immense strategic figure. You're the LBJ to my Richard Nixon. You like applying movie quotes to real life as much as me, and you're a passionate fighter for what you believe in. You're more than competent, and you should be very proud of everything you achieved. Without you as student life chair, without you as my friend, I would have not made it this far. I remember after the elections code failed the first time, I came home at 2 a.m. after like freaking out on the floor, and I was angry, and I literally cried, and I told you that I wanted to quit, and you talked me out of it, and I can't thank you enough, because after that moment, the UPUA really hit its full swing for me, and I couldn't ask for a better friend, confidant, and brother. And that is all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Are there any questions? Oh, then we've done questions. I believe it's comments to the committees now. So correct me if I'm wrong. And we'll begin with Chair Santos, who has raised his hand. Thank you.
Okay, first, like a few items of business. For all the student senators, our terms for faculty senate are not over yet. We still have one more meeting on April 28th to go to, so please make sure to log on to Zoom. Also, Provost Jones just released an email about the new satisfactory, unsatisfactory grading. So you can officially request for that option after you take your classes and then receive your final grades. Make sure to talk to your advisors before making a choice. There will be an extensive FAQ coming out. Let me know if you have any questions at all about that. So first, I would like to start off with a few thank yous to Celeste, Sophie, Izzy, Chelsea, Ben, Tom, Jake, and Laura. Thanks for just showing me the ropes. I have looked up to all of you since the very first day. Thanks for always believing in me, giving me the best advice, and just being really, really great friends. I love all of you so much. I have full faith that you will all grow and go so far in life. You should be all proud of leaving Penn State better than you found it. To my committee, honestly, thanks for putting up with me. From the karaoke nights to self-care nights to trampoline parks. I hope that you each took away something from AAC. I know that I have learned so much about persistence, integrity, and passion from all of you. I'm so excited to see all of you grow into people that never stop fighting or caring about Penn State. Always remember that your voice matters in whatever room you're in, especially if you're the only student in the room. Thank you to UPUA for showing me what it means to be an advocate. The work that we do is so important, even if it goes unnoticed. I truly believe that we all have impacted the student body in a positive way, and you should all be proud of that. But also remember that this is just student government. We all came here to get one thing, and that's a Penn State degree. We can't let anything stop us from doing that. Even with all the students out there, you should be always looking after yourself first and foremost. If any of you need anything from me at all, I'm just a call or text away. I can't wait to see all the amazing things that you do. To close it off, I just want to say that we're only in Happy Valley for 4 years, sometimes 5 if you're Bobin. Love you, Bob, but we need to make the most of it. Live every single day surrounded by the people that you love.
Thank you, Diego. It's very nice. Chair Galbraith. I need to unmute you. Sorry, can you raise your hand?
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Marla Galbraith, at large. Okay, so something my dad has told me, well, just to start this off, is that we were put on this earth to help each other. And I came to Penn State in the hopes of finding an organization that would help me live that out. And thanks to Brad Edwards, working the UPOA table at the involvement fair after our crim class together, I found it. However, you seniors, and obviously the work we do here, are what made me stay. Being around each of you inspires me daily, and I have learned so much from every single one of you. I want to start off by giving a thank you to our very own Chief of Staff Cutler. You have been an instrumental part of my time here. One of the wisest things you've ever said to me was, focus on your work and the rest will make sense. And the reason I remember this so clearly is because I thought it was so wise that I wrote it down on my phone's notes app, if I'm being honest. You really taught me to roll with the punches, how to overcome obstacles, and that there is always a plan B. Thank you for answering my many, many questions, and most importantly, for teaching me the value of efficiency. Our bagel crust dates and my time as your vice chair will always have a fond place in my heart, and I will miss you so, so dearly. Jake and Laura, and this is my last quote, I swear, but my mom once shared with me that the 3 basic pillars of a charismatic leader are presence, power, and warmth, and I think you both embody this perfectly. Laura, this time last year, oh wait, sorry, this is my last quote. This time last year, as you were giving your final speech, I remember you called Mara your girl boss hero, and that phrase perfectly sums up what you are to me. Your dedication to Penn State, ability to see things so clearly, constant support, and fantastic energy that you bring into any room you walk into are unparalleled. You really taught me the value of keeping everything in perspective and living in the present, which is something that especially helped me this year. You're UPUA's very own fashion icon, and your love and care is so apparent in everything you do. Jake, I've learned so much from you. Something I've always admired about you is your quickness to think on your feet and about what seems like any topic. I admire how incredibly level-headed you are and your constant voice of reason. Your sense of patience is hard to come by these days, especially in these meetings as the chair. And just know that you won Homecoming King in my book. Tom, I really admire your dedication to others, the good of the community, and what you believe in. I've always appreciated your comedic relief throughout the assembly and your sweater collection. And lastly, you taught me that being a critic of something is actually a good thing. For the rest of the seniors, know that I wish I had time to specifically talk about each and every one of you and the impact you've had on me. However, for the interest of time, I'm leaving this short, but please know that I love you all and I'm so lucky to have such strong examples of leaders. You have all been blessings to my life, and I'm confident life will take you great places. I will miss you all so ridiculously much, and I wish I could give all of you one last hug, but I can't, so know that I'm sending a mental hug right now. And that is it from me. All right, I'll mute this now.
Thank you, Marla. That was very nice. Governmental affairs. Raise your hand, Zach. There you go.
Thanks. Okay, I wrote something down on the agenda. I'm going to read that, and then just a few notes for the seniors. Thank you all for a terrific year. I'd like to thank those of you who were able to join us aboard Gov Affairs this year at any time during the 14th Assembly. We tried a lot of new things, and I can't be more appreciative for your willingness to adapt as we try to navigate that freshness. Your contributions to our team environment, our professionalism, and our productivity made each of those things possible. They just quite simply would not have been such without you joining us. If you weren't able to join us this year, I hope that your experience on your own path has been one of similar personal and professional development in all things, and that you got out all that you put into the organization. Lastly, for those of you looking to return in future assemblies, I can only encourage you to look back on this year's successes and failures with an equal weight, taking into account every angle of a given situation, and walk away having learned a new perspective. The skills and relationships that we develop in organizations like this ought to follow us throughout the rest of our lives. And I hope that you'll tend to them with the utmost care, as I know that you always have. Tom, thank you for your leadership and steering this year. I remember I was also very cautious coming into this year, not really sure how the dynamic would go, but thank you for always standing up for what you believe is right, and not being afraid to tell the truth. I appreciate that. Ben, thank you for always being on top of your shit. I don't think anybody, I mean, a lot of people have recognized the work that you do, but throughout the rest of the year, your humility and your bravery in a lot of ways and trying new things as well has always inspired me, and I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for all of your contributions. Jake, thank you for all of your experience and advice coming into Gov. I couldn't have relied on a better former Gov chair to look at, even though you didn't get me the transition docs until like January of this year. That's okay. The big binder of Gov things, that's okay. We made do, and I couldn't be more appreciative of all the work that you set up last year, and all the work that you did chairing these meetings too. Laura, thank you for your contributions to this organization. I remember going to you one time with a concern about the organization as a whole, and I think we kind of walked away from it with this general, we cried, and that was something I didn't expect to do with you in that meeting, but I think it spoke levels of your care and connection with the members of this organization, and the vision that you had coming into the role and your time in UPUA as an entirety. The contributions which all of you, the entire senior class in this organization, but Penn State at large, given that all that this class is going through to history, I think are going to be remembered forever. Whether I served under you on academic affairs with Chelsea or just got to chat with you once or twice, you have made impacts in so many different people's lives, including my own, and I couldn't be more appreciative. I truly do wish you all the best, and as I said, to those of you returning, or for that matter, for those of you who aren't, please know that if I can ever be of service, I will always only be a phone call, and depending on the time, maybe a few oceans away, but I'm always going to be here as your friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Alphabets. Lexi.
Oh, okay. I swear I'll keep it quick because I know it's midnight. I just wanted to say my quick thank yous to the seniors. First of all, for steering in general. I was also super scared entering that room in the beginning of the year. And I'm super happy that we had the unit that we did, because the dialogue that we had in that room was absolutely amazing. And I think we definitely knew how to work together. I think that room I loved. I think it was a lot of diverse voices, and I liked to see that. First, Tom, and I have to say that you were one of the first people to motivate me to join UPUA in the first place, and I can't thank you enough for it. You are one of the people that I disagree with the most, and yet you light a fire under my ass when I need it to keep me going, and I appreciate it so much, and I appreciate your friendship so much. To Ben, okay, like 800 people have said it, but I'm reiterating it. I'm an organizational freak, and you were like the blessing for us. I appreciated your organization, your work, your new ideas, and just your support and your humor in the room at all times. I appreciated your kindness and everything that you did. Thank you so much. To Jake, I appreciate you so much. Honestly, I'm honestly astounded by your intelligence sometimes, just the way that you think about things, how you're quick on your feet. I hope I can do that someday in terms of just like being that quick on my feet, because I'm definitely not. But I appreciate you so much. I really hope you the best, because I know you're gonna go far. Laura, I love being your ABTS roommate, that's for sure. I appreciated your kindness and your leadership and your complete honesty too. Whenever I texted you about something, you were about 2 minutes away from saying, hey, what do you need? What can I do? And I appreciated that from you. I'm definitely lucky to say that you were our 14th Assembly President. And that goes for everyone in this room, whether you are coming back or whether you're not. I am a phone call away. I'm a text message away. FaceTime me, Zoom me. I'm most likely going to answer because I'm really bored. And I'm sure a lot of people can agree with that. But keep fighting for what you believe in, even if you're the only one in that room that believes in it. Your voice really matters, and I hope to continue to see that disagreement, because that's what brings really great change on this campus.
Thank you, Lexi. Yes, silent applause. Take it in. All right, Jacob, can you raise your unrated bid? Thank you. Sorry, Jacob, I'm trying to unmute you. There you go.
Hey everyone. So I'll try to run through this as quick as they do at the Oscars, but I know I'm going to fail. First, I want to thank my student life team. Brad Edwards, I would not have gotten this far without you. You have been a rock. You have been one of the most genuine, amazing people to ever walk the halls of the UPUA. And I just want to thank you so much for being a right-hand man for me and getting everything done that I asked, and just really keeping the wheels going on student life. Una, thank you for being a wonderful vice chair. I want to thank the other seniors in the organization, Representative Sanchez, Miller, Trejo, Casales. I'm just naming off the top of my head, Eddie, Chelsea, everyone who's graduating. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for me, for everything that you guys have taught me in your own individual way. I really appreciate the conversations that I've had with every single one of you individually and in groups. You've all pushed me to be a better person and a better thinker. And I really have to thank you for that. Thank you to everyone in the Student Life Committee or in the UPUA who underwent one of those programming weeks. They're a lot, they're hard to put together, and yet you did them. I saw the International Student Acclimation Week team. You guys started something new, something brilliant, and it's gonna affect students for the rest of time. Free Week, I know Rep. Mussolino isn't here, but the way that Najee picked it up and ran and turned it into We Care in the spring, for a freshman representative, that really knocked my socks off. Mental Health and Wellness Week, thank you, Representative Mishler, for all the work you did there. You put together the best Mental Health and Wellness Week of all time, and it is gonna be something that's hard to beat in the future. SVAP probably would have been one of the best SVAP weeks of all time. Thank you to Representatives DeLucio and Shabril for all the hard work that you put in. People were pumped to work with you guys. The speakers were going to be great. The event was going to be great. And I'm sorry that it can't come to fruition in the way that we imagined it. For the Sustained State team, I'm sorry that your dreams couldn't come the way we drew it up to fruition. But I want to thank Representative Bergwin for coming up with that idea in the first place. I want to thank the other chairs who I've been working with throughout the past year. You guys have all inspired me and pushed me, and I really like the way that we've been a unit. Diego, Zach, Lexi, Marlo, you guys are going to be my friends for life. I'm always going to remember you guys and think about you, and I'll always know that I can reach out to any of you at any time. Jake and Laura, first to Jake, you will always be my ABTS Executive Director. Thank you for taking me under your wing as a freshman. I know that we've had rough spots throughout our history. We haven't always agreed on everything, but you have really developed me as a leader. The way you took me under your wing at ABTS, the way you'd give me advice. I remember at our first conference, I told you that I was thinking of dropping student life, and we've come a long way from that day. And you've really made a big impact on me as a leader. And I hope I hope you know how much I appreciate that. Laura, thank you again for everything as well. The first time I met you, we had a running joke that you wanted to kill me. I still don't know why. It was something that had come up. I'm glad you did not kill me. I'm glad that we have a great working relationship. And I'm glad to see everything that you've accomplished over the last 2 years and everything that you've helped me accomplish over the last 2 years. You've been a great advocate for students and a great voice for this organization. And Penn State's been lucky to have you. And of course, last but not least, I want to thank Speaker Tom Sarabach for being one of my best friends. There's a quote at the end of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where the narrator is going over the relationship between the two main characters, and he goes, they're more than brothers, but not quite married. In the scene, they end up going and having their last hurrah, and this is really how I feel with me and Tom right now. More than brothers, but not quite married. Thank you for everything that you've done for me. In my lowest moments, you helped me get out of bed and continue doing this job. You helped me accomplish so much, including STI testing. Thank you for being an influential figure in this organization and in my life, and for making change in Penn State's campus in my life that will sorry, I lost my train of thought, but that will always impact the university in my life is what I'm trying to say. Thank you to everyone else. I forgot to mention for programming weeks, of course, Ben and Liza, none of them would have happened without Ben and Liza. Ben and Liza are two of the most competent, organized people I've ever met, and I am not. So I'm sure there are many occasions where Liza wanted to throw me in front of a bus. Again, I'm glad she didn't, but the graphics got in. They were always amazing, and I'm very happy to have worked with you both. To the freshmen, good job this year. Keep up the good work. Penn State's in good hands with you all. To the people who are sophomores in my class year, excited to keep working with you in the future and for us to continue impacting Penn State. Okay, that's it. Oh, wait, I actually have a part of my actual report. For people on the Student Life Committee, pay attention in the next couple days. I'm going to be sending out information about filling out transition documents. All right, thanks, everyone.
Hey, Jacob. All right. Is it comments to go to the order now? Oh boy. All right. Put those hands up. Seniors. Start with Representative Akers. Maybe. There you go.
To work. All right. Hi, everyone. I know it's really late, so I will try to do this as fast as possible. I know most of you want to sign off, but please just indulge me for a few moments. I think most of you know that I'm a big crier, so I'm going to try my best to hold it together. 3 years ago, I was sitting back at 302 Hub listening to a few of the seniors at the time in UPUA and some of the juniors say goodbye and leave their last words of wisdom to underclassmen. I sat in the rows of chairs with my fellow freshman council members, oddly fighting back tears in a room with people who had become the closest thing to family that I had at Penn State. Frankly, I remember very few of the words that they actually said that night, but rather the immense impact they had on me my freshman year. As my time in the assembly and at Penn State comes to an end, I just want to share 2 lessons I've learned from my time in UPUA. First, the bonds that you build in this organization are so deep, and you should never take any of them for granted. No bill, resolution, initiative, or election is worth losing friendship. I've watched best friends get torn apart over who would become UPUA president. I've watched friends talk behind each other's back. And I've watched common respect for people dissolve just for personal glory. You cannot achieve greatness in life without great people, and especially great friends around you. Do not let success become too much for you. Focus on self-improvement, reflect in order to discard any sense of false pride, and keep personal relationships strong. You never know when your life will be turned upside down, so always take a second to be grateful for the people in your life. I could go on for an hour for these people, but I just have a few words to say. To a few of my OG freshman council, Sophie, Celeste, Brad, and Helia, I've watched each of you grow into your own beautiful people. I am forever grateful that Mads and Garrett brought us all together and gave me the best support network I could have ever asked for. I cannot wait to watch each of you carve your own paths in the next few years and achieve the most amazing things. Barry, I cannot explain how thankful I am for you and everything you do. You were there for me during my time at Penn State in ways that you will never know. You were one of the most committed people that I've ever met, and you make the lives of the people around you so much brighter. I am so sad that we did not get to have Berry Appreciation Day, but I am thankful for you every day. Izzy, thank you for trusting me to join this crazy organization and make an incredible impact our senior year. Liza, Chelsea, Ben, Laura, and Jake. I could go on forever about how each of you have changed my life in the past 2 years. I have shared the best moments of my life and some of the worst with you. There have been times when each of you have made me mad in your own ways, but even now I'm so grateful for those moments. You will be the people that I FaceTime. You will be the people that I FaceTime when I'm 75 years old and retired, just to pee my pants with over something dumb that I did. I would not be who I am right now without the 5 of you and the rest of our 14th steering. My final lesson to all of you is to leave this place a little bit better than you ever found her. Penn State is a very special place. Our institution has the ability to change lives like no other in the world. As corny as that sounds, that statement is not an exaggeration. Our unique Commonwealth system, matched with our expansive world campus, allows people of all backgrounds to come together and change each other's lives. Penn Staters come together and support one another like no other community in the world. Whether it's in Beaver Stadium during a football game, the Bryce Jordan Center during Thon Weekend, or donating online to those in need during a world pandemic, Nittany Lions share a common bond that push each of us to do incredible things. The university's first president, Evan Pugh, once said of the founding architects of our university that, quote, "The secret of its success is to be found in the in the indomitable perseverance of a small number of public-spirited men who were determined it should not fail." Every day, Penn Staters share that perseverance and grow our institution to new heights. Especially now in this time of emergency and uncertainty, it is essential that each of us and every one of you embody that spirit and leave Penn State just a little bit better than you found her. I know that throughout the course of this year, I may have sounded like a vocal opponent, or that I was just trying to make a big issue out of some small things. But I want you all to know that's out of place of love. A love for this organization, a love for Penn State, and a love for all the work that we all put in. So always remember to give more than you take, listen more than you talk, and learn more than you act. But above all else, love the most. Thank you all for the four most transformative years of my life, and never hesitate to reach out for anything.
Thank you, Tyler. Love you, buddy. All right, Representative Sanchez.
Oh, it's good. Man, Tyler is talking about that last meeting. Like literally, that's all I've been thinking about all day. Was the last meeting of the 11th Assembly. It's crazy to think. Damn, we've been in this for a while. I remember being freshman reps with Jake. Me and him going in. We're like, yo, let's go sit in front of the room just to show our energy off rip. Definitely did. And I've definitely shout out to all the people here from the OG Freshman Council. Damn, I didn't even think I was gonna get emotional. Now I'm trying to hold it back. But you guys all definitely pushed me in ways to just think about things in different ways. And even the people that I butt heads with the most, it was like you challenged me to think about my points in such different ways. And just overall, UPUA has just taught me how to advocate. And that's one of the biggest things that I want to convey to all the younger people here. Is just UPUA is a really beautiful thing. It taught me so much more than I can learn in the classroom, even as much as annoying as it can get and as much bumping heads as it can be. it teaches you to compromise, and it teaches you to take people's, different opinions into account. And, it gets personal sometimes, but at the end of the day, it's just because everybody is advocating for what they believe in. And just the biggest thing I want to tell all of you is like, just echoing what Speaker Sarah Bach said, like, don't tell anyone you can't do it. Like, the powers of the rep are there. Like, you can do anything you want. I remember this regarding like seats when the conversation first came up, when we were thinking about platform for the 12th Assembly, we were like, oh, we should do seats for the caucuses. And everyone's like, I don't know about that one. And literally, like, that conversation was something that went so far back, and it was just like, people just need to be willing to do it. And I shout out to like all these like reps that came in with like a different type of energy: Tom, Jacob, Lexi, Zach, just trying to actually engage with communities we were advocating for. Like, I like just to see someone like so much engagement of trying to get the communities involved, and just be willing to fight the fights that no one really wanted to, is so commendable. And like, I really see UPUA going in such a better way. This Justice and Equity Committee is something I never really thought could like happen, but it was like, this is what I've wanted since I came into this organization, is just for UPUA to fight for, marginalized communities. So I urge all of you to just think about the little guys, always think about who, the most vulnerable communities, and also just open up the org. You're an advocacy organization. Open it up, create more positions for people to get involved. There's no reason that people are emailing saying like, how can I get involved? And we're not immediately giving them an initiative or showing them how they can pursue their own initiatives. So like, at the end of the day, it's like, this organization isn't about who has more power. It's not about like, being able to get your points across. It's like, show people how to stand up for themselves. Show people you're paying thousands of dollars. Do something. Like, we don't have to always have the answers. It's okay to write legislation that you don't have the answers as to how it's going to work out. That's not your job. People get paid to do that. But your job needs to be to consistently stand up for student voices. So I really commend all you guys, especially some of like the newer reps that I'm seeing, freshman reps this year, just the energy and just like willing to come in and fight. Like, I really do see UPUA going in a better way. And like, there's no doubt that there's issues that need to be solved, like by like, everyone knows like there are underlying cultural issues that's just like, it's tough and it's like really hard to have those conversations, but like, it has the potential, because at the end of the day, we're all students trying to get the same degree. So we need to be helping all students. So I just urge all y'all, I don't want to keep taking up more time because it's already 12:30. And honestly, if I didn't wait like all this time to be at my last UPUA meeting, then I probably would have logged off a long time ago. So I don't blame anyone who has, but at the end of the day, like, this is a really good organization that can do a lot of good. So open it up, bring people in, and show people how to advocate, because without UPUA, I wouldn't have been able to do any of what I've been able to do at Penn State and advocate for my community in such different ways and inspire others to advocate as well. So I just urge all of you guys to just, looking forward, if you're going to be back in the assembly, think about how you can open it up. Think about how you can expand committees to incorporate maybe some executive board members. Like, the executive board is a great way to open people up. Let people come in, show them how to, give them the tools to advocate for what they want. So at the end of the day, there's people who want to put work in. Allow them to do that. So it doesn't always have to be on those few people who are in these positions. It's not about just who gets in those elections once a year. It should be about consistently trying to fight to better student lives. So I just urge all you guys, show people how to advocate and be an advocacy org. So with that, I rest. I'll see y'all. Appreciate everything that you guys have given me. Even the people who bump heads with the most, I've learned way more in UPUA than I've learned in any class at Penn State. So I just thank all y'all.
Thanks, Tomas. All right, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Hello, y'all. Well, first of all, it's been a pleasure working alongside all of you. I applaud your incredible persistence, and I'm confident in the future of UPUA because of you. To my OG freshman council, oh guys, it's been 4 years. We did it! Woo! Thank you for changing my life. How do we do this after this? Like 4 years every Wednesday and it's gonna stop all of a sudden? Wow, I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I cannot wait to see you transform the world around you with all your strength and will. All these 4 years, I've seen you do it, and I'm sure you will keep doing it. And everyone else in UPUA, you guys too, keep doing what you're doing. I'm proud of you. Barry, thank you so much for all your support these years. Can't thank you enough. You're the guy. And I love you all. Stay healthy. Don't use your will. We'll be back to normal and succeed as usual. Sophie, happy birthday. I wish we could be there for your birthday and all this wouldn't be happening, but after this, we're gonna celebrate, don't you worry. I'll see you soon. Good morning, night, afternoon, wherever you are.
Thank you, Elliot. That was wonderful. Love you. All right, let's go to Izzy.
Hello. So I also wrote mine down, so I wouldn't forget it. But so when I first joined UPUA, after immense coaxing from Tyler, with only a month left in my junior year of college, while president of another organization I'd been a part of for 3 years, I was skeptical at best about what the point of me participating was. I wasn't really sure why on earth I was there or what I could possibly get done in a year. From the very first meeting I attended, where I was completely overwhelmed and in awe of what the hell parliamentary procedure was, and I had no idea how I was supposed to speak, I knew I was in the right place. The people in this organization are articulate, intelligent, and passionate about everything that they do, and it showed from the very first meeting I attended on April 3rd, 2019. Since that day, more than 3 years into a college career I thought was on its downswing, nothing in my life had or ever will be the same. I've learned more about myself and the impact an individual can have. From all of you, I've learned how to advocate, how to stand up for others, how to be kinder, more compassionate, and composed in difficult times as a leader. I've learned how to face adversities I didn't even know existed before. More than anything else, you've all taught me to listen. You've taught me to step back and realize and admit that I don't know everything. And for that, I don't even know how to begin to thank you. Each and every one of you have humbled me. From the 14th Assembly Freshman Council Chickens to the 11th Assembly OG Freshman Council Group, I've lived the past year in my life in awe of your passion and dedication to bettering student life. Thank you all for showing me that even when I think things are done, there's always more work that is worth doing, and that there's always time to make an impact. Thank you all, and I love you more than I can ever express.
Thank you, Izzy. That was lovely. All right, Representative Lozinski.
Okay, so I just have a few quick things. I would first like to thank a few people for the last few years. First, I want to thank Mara Ellsworth and Claire Kelly. I want to thank them for taking the chance on me to join the 12th Assembly Freshman Council. To the 12th Assembly Freshman Council members, all I can say is thank you. Even though there's not many of us left in this call, y'all are amazing people, and I truly do consider each of you a friend. To Tyler Akers, Chelsea, Tom, Ben, Jake, Laura, and many more of the past UPUA representatives, thank you for being a mentor to me in the UPUA the past few years. I appreciate all of the valuable insight that you all have provided to me. To Zach, Marlo, Diego, Jacob, and Lexi, thank you for pushing me to be the best representative possible and giving me direction when I needed it. And thank you for leading, being the leaders of this assembly. You all did a great job. To Barry, it's probably safe to say that this organization would not survive without you. So thank you for everything you do. To everyone else on this call, you are all amazing individuals. I am constantly blown away by the work we accomplish in this organization. It was an honor to work with you all. To those of you who will be continuing in this organization, remember a few things. Don't be afraid to turn those no's from administrators into yeses. If you have the idea, push forward until you absolutely can't any further, because you'll probably get that yes eventually. I've done it. It will happen. And as many have stated tonight, if you ever, any of you ever need anything, I'm only a phone call away. If you need guidance for something in UPUA or just personal guidance, just call me. I'm more than happy to talk. So yeah, thank you UPUA for shaping my Penn State journey.
Thank you, Tyler. You've done a lot of incredible work in this organization. I know we're all grateful for it. Mr. Guzzo.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to keep it short. I also did put mine in a phone note as well. So it's been a pleasure working with all of you. This organization always wows me with the amount of dedication that everyone has just for bettering student life, and all the amazing initiatives that everyone works on throughout the entire assembly or multiple years of an assembly. I know some initiatives can be it's so amazing, all the stuff everyone does in this organization and what this organization does for all undergraduate students at Penn State. Just want to give a shout out to all of the seniors, whether I met you 3 years ago or I met you this past year. You guys are all going to go on to do amazing things, and I cannot wait to see all the things you guys do. I just said do, wow, oof. To everyone, whether you're going to be still at Penn State next year or you're a senior, I'm sure I'll cross paths with all of you in some capacity. And like Tyler just said, if you guys ever need anything, I'm just a phone call or text away, whether that's UPUA stuff or that is personal stuff. I'm always here for you guys. Love all of you. Thanks for a great assembly.
Thank you, Guzzo. Adeline.
Hey, I really don't have a lot of room to talk, but I just would be remiss if I didn't give my sincerest thank you to all of the bold, courageous seniors who have done such a great job. I remember coming in freshman year being so intimidated by the sophomores above me, and it was like, I can't even imagine that you guys are just 1 year older than me. Like, I can't be that. Like, get out. But yes, thank you, everybody. Like the whole everybody. And then also like the unsung heroes like Helia and my guy Brad Edwards. Like, you guys have done an absolute job being like the core foundation. Like, whether you were front lines or behind the scenes, like, you drove everybody else, like, because of the way that you composed yourself and carried yourself. And like, Brad didn't say anything, so like, I love you, Brad, and like, you were the best. Thank you for literally keeping me so on track, and you did it for everybody. And then also just like some of the greatest like student leaders that I've ever met like are on this call, and like, if we had a Zoom call next week, like, they wouldn't be on this call. Like, that is blowing my mind. But you know, it's just our duty to get the next best student leaders in this call and make it what we can and keep, you know, going forward. But thank you guys for your impact. My best friends that are coming back, I love you guys. And then Bradaline, that's all. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Adeline. And Chelsea.
Hi, guys. Hard to believe it's time to do this, but I'll give it my best shot. These past 4 years have truly been extraordinary, and I owe a lot of that to UPUA. Freshman year, I came into this organization timid, unsure, and on a completely different career path. To the amazing alumni who molded me, I'm unbelievably grateful to you for your words of wisdom and help navigating this enormous university. Leading the 13th Assembly's Academic Affairs Committee was the most challenging position I've ever held. But throughout all the uncertainty, Diego, you were there for me more as my best friend, therapist, and biggest cheerleader. And I hope I have been the same for you this year. You surpassed every expectation I had for you, and trust me, they were already high. And you did it with grace, humility, and diligence. Thank you for loving Faculty Senate just as much as I did. I'm beyond proud of you. To my girls, Sophie and Celeste, you are two of my absolute favorite people in this world, and I could not imagine going through life without you, and I'm glad to know I'll never have to. I can't wait to make countless more memories until we're old ladies reminiscing on these good old days. You guys are truly my partners in crime. Aaron, you're the best mini-me I never knew I needed, and there are not enough words to say how special you are to me. I'm grateful for the 2 years I've had with you so far, and I know there are so many more to come. Jake and Tyler, last year I told you in my speech that you were stuck with me, because you know that's binding legal agreement called a lease, but it has been the best year of my life, spending time with you both. We might not be there right now, but 311 Penn Towers will always be legendary. And another shout out to Sophie for putting up with me as my actual roommate. You're a saint. Lexi, thanks for being my Wednesday morning coffee date this year. I'm so glad we've grown closer as friends. And we didn't always make it on Wednesday mornings, but you helped keep me together during some of the toughest points in my life. And you'll never know what that meant to me. Laura, you're my queen, and there are no words good enough to describe you. I want to be you when I grow up, and I know you'll be a dear friend forever. You taught me that in every bad day, there's always a bright spot to focus on, and I'll always remember that. Liza, I know I wasn't the greatest mentor to you, or Tyler Linsky for that matter, but I'm beyond proud to know you. Thanks for being a source of laughter, actual physical pain, and no one ever go to the gym with her if you want to be able to walk the next day. Do not recommend. And just overall strength. I'm a better person for having you in my life. To the rest of my OG freshman council, I can't believe we've done this, as Laura says, 120 times. Whether still in the assembly or accomplishing other amazing things, I wouldn't have wanted to go through this with anybody else. You all have the world at your fingertips, and you're destined for greatness. Okay, it's time to wrap it up. So this organization and the people who make it up are so special and have gotten me through the deaths of 3 family members, my dad's cancer diagnosis, a trip to the ER, and every hurdle in between. This is truly a special organization made up of extraordinary people. Each and every one of you has done great work for students here. Take the lessons you've learned into the world and represent us well. UPUA makes Penn State a better place every day. Know that, believe in that, and appreciate that. Like many others, I have found my best friends here. Thank you for allowing me to be myself, flaws and all, with you every day and allowing me to grow. Know that I'm always here day or night, whether we're close or not, to be a resource, a sounding board, or anything you need me to be. This is not the end of our friendships, but the beginning of new adventures. I love you guys with all my heart.
Thank you, Chelsea. Love you. Kenny.
What's up, everybody? Kenny Casal's MGC. It's been a pleasure working with everyone. Came into this organization without having any clue of how it worked. But I've learned some things along the way, met some great people. One thing as MGC rep, the oh so smooth brothers of Lambda Sigma Upsilon Latino Fraternity Incorporated are having an AirPod Pro raffle, so to support like reproductive rights. So keep a lookout on that, and yeah, it's been nice working with y'all.
Thanks, Kenny. Alejandra.
All right, so I'm sorry, but part of this will be bilingual. So, para toda mi gente y para todas mis amigas y mis amigos aquí, te quiero bastante. UPUA se traje un grupo de amigos que amo bastante. Ya sé que tenemos momentos, pero porque de ustedes me quedo. Muchísimas gracias. Y un día, we'll come back again, and I'll cook for you all again, and we'll have our moments where we'll just laugh, talk, and just show each other how much we care for one another. And I love you with all my heart. Just make sure you stay safe, you get your blankets, your socks, and please stay warm and cozy, because I love you with all my heart. Y te quiero bastante.
Thank you, Alejandra. All right. Are there any other comments to go to the order? All right. Well, shit. Seeing none. Tim, do you have closing roll call? I mean, are you gonna get?
Do you want me to do it the old-fashioned way?
Yeah, sure. Let's do one last closing roll call.
Okay. Can you unmute everyone? Great. All right. Adeline Mischler.
Here.
Alejandro Trejo.
Here.
Anthony Guzzo.
Here.
Aphrodite Bisfos.
Here.
Chelsea Wood.
Here.
Dan Corcoran. Eddie Richardson.
Here.
Kelly Snyder.
Here.
Aaron Bowes.
Here.
Jean-Vive Miller.
Here.
Healy Ossenbor.
Here.
Izzy Webster.
Here.
Tomas Sanchez. Catherine Chabrel.
Here.
Louis Richardson. Alexis Burke.
Here.
Patty Brungy.
Here.
Dan Risser.
Here.
Percy Motley.
Here.
Ronnie Bergwin. I see it, Ronnie. Sarah Jordan.
Here.
Stephen Zhang.
Here.
Troy Pryor. Tyler Akers.
Here.
Tyler Lazinski.
Here.
Una Choi.
Here.
Yujin Zhang.
Here.
Nana Bird. Sydney Gibbard.
Here.
Michael Safuto.
Here.
Kenny Casales.
Here.
Kathy Natzau.
Here.
Emmanuel Almonte. Alex Wu.
Here.
Cara DeLucio.
Here.
Najee Rodriguez.
Here.
Diego Santos.
Here.
Jacob Clipstein.
Here.
Lexi Pathical.
Here.
Marlo Galbraith.
Here. I'm here.
Zach McKay.
Here.
Tom Sarabach.
Here.
And for the last time, Robert Jacob Griggs.
Here.
And Laura McKinney.
Here.
Was anyone's name not called? The 14th Assembly is adjourned at 12:39 a.m.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
I did it.
Oh.
Holy shit, I didn't think I'd fucking make it. Woo. Get going,
So what now?
I love you guys. Be a committee on Sunday.
Everyone go retweet the tweet. He said we're zooming into the 15th Assembly.
Oh no! I'm gonna do it.
Eliza, are you going to finally
for Spikes merchant?
follow Pass's accounts now?
Probably not, Tyler. I'll continue to not do it just to piss you off.
Hurtful.
Meet everyone at
I'll have to wait for the next director of communications.
Bye, guys.
It'll be in my transition docs.
I love you.